Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the agenda. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, quick sound check out there. Thumbs up, some can hear me. Yep, great. Okay. My name is Nell Wareham, Board Chair of the Mineland Reclamation Board, and welcome to the Wednesday, October 19th meeting. So let's get kicked off with some attendance. Mr. Singletary, I see that you're joining us there remotely. Hi. Ms. Nelson, Mr. Mock,
Present.
and Ms. Duncan. Morning. Okay, Mr. Ortiz is not here, but I believe we still have a quorum. Let's go with the approval of the September 2022 summary of minutes. Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. We've got some approval of continuances and withdrawals depending on which version of the agenda. If you've got an update one here. We have two items, number 7 and 8, that are continued to the November hearing. They both involve Grand Island resources. I don't believe we had any withdrawals. Is that correct? No withdrawal stuff, right? So I think we need to, I guess we need an approval of the continuances and withdrawals. So moved.
Second.
Favor? Aye.
Aye.
How about an executive director's office report?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tim Mock and Director Brandon. Tim Mock, Deputy Director for the Department of Natural Resources. My update today is relatively light. Most of the month has been spent here working on shaping up the budget and legislative agenda for the early November release. We are interviewing for a new legislative director in the executive director's office. And also we are awarded last legislative session and energy assistant director for energy innovation that has been posted. We're reviewing applications right now and we'll begin interviews in the next couple of weeks here. And then finally, the tribal liaison position that was also awarded during the last legislative session, that should be posting here very shortly. Last week, the Geographic Naming Advisory Board began considerations of renaming Mount Evans. Expect that to take a couple of meetings. We heard from tribal representatives at that meeting about the impacts of the Sand Creek Massacre and Territorial Governor John Evans' role in that. The next meeting is scheduled for November 17th, where we'll hear from the 6 different proposals, all proposing a different, unique name for the peak. And then September 30th was the last day to submit public comments to the Colorado Draft Water Plan. We are now working to organize and respond to comments, begin the process of incorporating those edits into the plan, which is set for early release in 2023. And that concludes my report.
Any discussion, questions? How about you guys there?
Yeah.
Division director report.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Ginny Brandon, Division Director. I think all of you know, but nevertheless, on the record, I regret to inform everyone that Jim Stark is going to be leaving us at the end of the month. He is going on to the Office of Surface Mining with the feds, where he will double dip after 31 years with the state and garnering a healthy pension. And so with 2 of his girls going into grad school this coming year, and his youngest is 2 years away from college, he's interested in making money. So we're really sad about that. But on a happier note, we are having a party on Thursday. All are welcome. We hope all will come. Thursday at 4 o'clock, some of us might sneak in a couple minutes early, you know how we need to do recon and all, you know. And yeah, it's 4 o'clock on Thursday at Stoney's, right off of, I think, 11th and Lincoln. Yeah. So anyway, the division's providing appetizers. Of course, it's cash bar because the state can't pay for that, but it should be fun. So, yeah, I hope anybody, all are welcome to come and be encouraged to do so as well. Ross, did you have some updates? I think you do as well.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny, Madam Chair. Active Mines Management will be attending a regulatory roundtable with other agencies that's hosted annually by CSSGA. It's an opportunity for agencies, regulatory agencies, to have a discussion with industry on some current issues and also look on the horizon and see if there's anything that's coming down the pipe as far as industry goes, or as far as regulatory, if we're doing like rulemaking or something like that. So myself and Michael Cunningham will be attending that here on Friday. And finally, there's still time to for operators to nominate sites for the Jack Starter Reclamation Award for construction materials. That's open until November 4th, and the details can be found on our website. So with that, I'll put that plug in and call it good. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good updates. Any questions? Okay. On the consent agenda, we had one item here. Anything, Mr. Scott, you need to discuss, or
Unless you have questions.
any questions for Mr. Scott on this is file number M-1981-287. It's just it's a sand and gravel construction materials, consideration of a possible violation and corrective actions for mining without a permit, more than 2 acres.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
If I may, just, this is Michael Cunningham with
Sure.
Division, just to remind the board that this first came before you at the August hearing as an enforcement item. It was continued for 60 days. And so this is the result of speaking with the operator, reaching an agreement.
Great, thank you for that. Any discussion or entertain a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Okay. Passes there. Moving along here, we have item number 5, an enforcement hearing. And this is file number M-2000-089. Consideration of possible violation, civil penalty, cease and desist, and failure to post additional required financial warranty. Anyone who intends to testify or present in this, can you please identify yourselves and swear in?
Patrick Lindbergh with the division.
Anyone else? Operator, anything?
Jared Ebert with the division as well.
Okay, great. All those in favor, please, or not in favor, do you swear to tell the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I could, I'll share my screen and my presentation. All right. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Patrick Lindbergh, and I'll be representing the division in this. This enforcement hearing is for the Purdue Pit M-2000-089, operated by Mary Vasquez, and it's for the consideration of a possible violation, cease and desist order, corrective actions, and civil penalties for failure to post additional required financial warranty within 60 days of notice of the adjustment. The site is located in Boulder County, approximately 2.5 miles north of Lyons, Colorado, right here where this push pin is. It is a 110C operation for 9.7 acres. for the mining of sandstone for construction and landscaping uses. The land is owned by Christine LaFortune and Doug Rappel. The post-mining land use is rangeland. The current financial warranty is $12,500, and it is inadequate at this time. On July 8th, the division issued a surety increase for $15,772, and it was due September 6th, 2022. This is a map of the permit area. It's outlined in orange, and you can see the property boundaries are on the outside of the orange lines. As stated before, it's a sandstone quarry. It used dry mining methods. It was to operate 1 acre pits at a time and conduct contemporaneous reclamation as each pit was mined out. The mining depth varied depending on how the sandstone layers ran. They were to stockpile topsoil and as well as overburden. No material processing was to occur at the site. Again, here's the approved mining plan. You can see the permit boundary in orange. The direction of mining was from east to west, which is going uphill. And you can see the property boundaries outside of that in the neighboring property to the south. The approved reclamation plan was to contour the slopes to 3:1. As stated before, the post-mining reclamation land use was rangeland. Earthwork for reclamation was to consist of backfilling and grading to reduce steep slopes to 3:1 slope, replace topsoil to a minimum depth of 3 inches, revegetate with the approved seed mix, and remove the stacks of marketable material from the site. Currently, the site is inactive, and it has been inactive for quite some time as mining activities and the hauling away of material has not happened. Steep mine faces remain and require backfilling of existing pits located in the southeast and southwestern portions of the permit area. Topsoil requires to be spread, and marketable material still remains at the site. Here's a photograph of one of the existing pits in the southeast corner. And these, in the foreground, you'll see stacks of marketable material, as well as in the background, lining the edge of a existing or an old haul road. You'll see stacks of material there as well. June 9th, 2022, DRMS monitoring inspection found the currently held financial warranty was inadequate to reclaim the site in accordance to the approved reclamation plan. On June 22nd, the division sent Ms. Vasquez the division's inspection report, along with the financial warranty cost estimate under a separate cover letter. The operator was given 14 days to review the cost estimate and submit any comments. On July 8th, 2022, the division sent Ms. Vasquez a notice of financial warranty increase with the increased warranty due September 6, 2022. On September 13th, 2022, the division sent Ms. Vasquez a reason to believe a violation exists letter. The reason for the violation: pursuant to CRS 3432.5-117, parent 4, parent C, parent 3, and rule 4.2.1, parent 2, a permittee is required to post additional required financial warranty within 60 days of the date of notice of the adjustment. The operator did not post the additionally required financial warranty within the 60-day time frame. To date, the operator still has not posted the required increase. Staff recommendations, violation. Find the operator in violation of CRS 3432.5-117, parent 4, parent C, parent 3, and rule 4.2.1, parent 2, for failure to post additional required financial warranty within 60 days of notice of adjustment. Issue a cease and desist order pursuant to CRS 3432.5-124, parent 2, prohibiting further activities on affected lands, except activities approved in writing by the division as necessary to comply with conditions of a board order, prevent offsite impact, complete reclamation, or to protect public health and safety until corrective actions are satisfactorily resolved. Corrective actions require the operator to submit an amendment to the current financial warranty for the additional required $15,772, or a new financial warranty reflecting the increase of $3,272 within 30 days of the board ordered effective date. Civil penalties. Pursuant to CRS 3432.5-124, parent 7, a person violating any provision of a permit issued under this article shall be subject to a civil penalty of not less than $100 per day, nor more than $1,000 per day for each day during which such violation occurs. In this manner, the board may fine 44 days of violation from the due date, September 6, 2022, to today's date, October 19th, 2022, resulting in a civil penalty range of not less than $4,400 and not more than $44,000. Staff recommends assessing a civil penalty of $500 per day for a total civil penalty of $22,000, with all but $500 suspended if the operator complies with the corrective actions. Payment of the unsuspended portion of the civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board ordered effective date, unless otherwise specified in the board order. For corrective actions not completed by the date specified in the board order, the suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of the board ordered deadline for completion of corrective action. Are there any questions?
Yes. This is Nell Wareham. I have a question. So you did the inspection in June of 2022, but it looks like maybe there was new ownership as of May 2022. So can you just explain? It didn't look to me like Mary Vasquez is the current owner of this property. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct. When the division was scheduling the inspection, the division was informed that the property was in the process of being sold to the new landowners, Christine LaFortune and Doug Rappel, and they are the current landowners.
So was it already scheduled? Did it have anything to do with this transfer of ownership? Your inspection?
No, it was just a routine monitoring inspection. The permit was not transferred, just the land ownership was transferred.
But I'm looking at some of the attachments saying that the new owners, looks like they need to fill out some stuff to transfer the permit to their names.
So yes, it appears that Mary Vasquez was in the process, it appears they had an agreement with the new landowners to transfer the permit into the new landowner's name. However, the division hasn't received any SO application for the permit. And after the division's inspection, it became clear that the new landowners did not want to transfer the permit into their name.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is Jared Ebert with the division. One of the attachments of the board's packet was from the operator's representative, Mr. Vasquez, and it included what appeared to be a copy of a partially filled out SO application form. The division never received that, so thus we've never initiated or processed a succession of operator or permit transfer. So that was kind of news to us as well. But upon further discussion with the landowners, and correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick, but they made it clear that they do not intend to proceed forward with the permit transfer. However, they have indicated that they would allow the operator to have access to the site to complete their reclamation requirements.
Yeah, sounds like some unfortunate timing.
Yes.
Is there a representative of the operator or the current landowner on this call?
I don't believe so.
Is Mary Vasquez on the phone there on the Zoom? See her? No, that's not.
Well, I agree. I think my main challenge is about the ownership and the timing and the paperwork and looking at the operator's attachments. I'm baffled by what was supposed to happen or the conversations that didn't occur or kind of who is responsible. It seems on paper like it would be Mary Vasquez. But I don't know that the new landowners understand their responsibility and or that the old operator feels like they completed the transfer. I'm just confused.
Chair, if I may.
Please.
Yeah.
This is Russ Means for the division and stuff. The operator has a history and stuff for the division. Let's put it that way. And the whole deal was that's a private transaction and stuff. It happens sometimes and stuff where the land is sold, but the permit is still is held by the permittee, and the permittee is ultimately responsible for that. So that's where, you know, we did our inspection and did our bond increase calculations and stuff there. And part of an SO process is to calculate the bond and see if it's sufficient or not anyway. But they didn't complete that. There's other issues and stuff that are outside our jurisdiction and our permit and stuff there. So regardless of who owns the land and that at this point, it's the permittee who is responsible for that reclamation permit. And they've been duly notified, and communications and stuff with them have been very limited to stuff on their half. So that's why we're at where we're at.
All right, that helps. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Here? Do we have enough information to entertain a motion?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what Mr. Means just said kind of clarifies that paperwork trail for me. And kind of identifies the responsible party there.
Agreed.
Yes.
Anyone like to entertain a motion?
I would if I can get some help with the PowerPoint back up here.
Yeah, that's
Otherwise, I would just say staff recommendation, but
Could we, Patrick, maybe put the PowerPoint back up to some of the recommendations from that? Yeah, is that helpful? Maybe one screen back?
Yeah, I think that's not quite the beginning. Maybe one more. That looks like the start. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, bear with me. Reading on a screen across the way here. Okay. I move that we find the operator in violation of CRS 34-32.5-117, parent 4, parent C, parent 3, and rule 4.2.1, parent 2, for failure to post additional required financial warranty within 60 days of notice of adjustment. I move that we issue a cease and desist order pursuant to CRS 34-32.5-124, parent 2, prohibiting further activities on affected lands except activities approved in writing by the division as necessary to comply with the conditions of a board order, prevent offsite impact, complete reclamation, or to protect public health and safety until corrective actions are satisfactorily resolved. Thank you. I move that we require the operator to submit an amendment to current financial warranty for the additional required $15,772 or a new financial warranty reflecting the increase of $3,272 within 30 days of the board order effective date. And pursuant to CRS 34-32.5-124, parent 7, I move, thank you, one more. Thank you, that we assess a civil penalty of $22,000 with all but $500 suspended if the operator complies with corrective actions. Payment of the unsuspended portion of a civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of board order effective date, unless otherwise specified in the board order. For corrective actions not completed by the date specified in the board order, suspended civil penalty shall be due and payable within 30 days of board order deadline for completion of corrective actions.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, hearing none, the motion passes, and that concludes item number 5. Let's see, just from a procedural perspective, we're walking into something that's got quite a bit of time here on the agenda, number 6. We kind of get it going and kicked off. I don't know if everyone who's in here needs to be here. I don't know if there's anybody on the Zoom call that needs to move around and get organized. Is everyone fine to just keep going? Are we all set here?
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Yes.
I just want to point out that it looks like we've got some members that are perhaps waiting for public comment. And just to let them know that we've got this scheduled. I don't know how long we're going to go here, but probably at least for the next 2 hours, if they want to come back and check in then. You've got some time.
Yeah, this item is currently slated for 215 minutes. Those of you, if you have public comment, you may want to, what I'm going to do is we've got a couple items that we need to just kind of get through procedurally. Then we'll go over approval of the pre-hearing order, which will map out the time frame if you wanted to stay on, just to kind of understand maybe how long we're going to be going, and then check back in again. You're more than welcome to stay for the entire procedure if that's what you'd like to do for your day, but thanks for pointing that out, Tim. Okay. So let's see here. So this is item number 6, formal public hearing, file number M-1977-300. This is Colorado Legacy Land LLC. Consideration of the division's recommendation to approve a 112D-2 permit amendment application with objections. Like, as I mentioned, currently slated for about 215 minutes. So what we have here first, I think I swear everyone in first? Yeah, I think we probably should swear everyone in first who intends to testify, just for the sake of clarity, since we've got people hybrid here. If we could do division, applicant, and objectors all at once, if you could just unmute yourself and swear to tell the truth. Swear to tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Swear to tell the truth. Okay.
Tell the
Thank
truth.
you. And then just a reminder, particularly for those of you on Zoom, when you come up, when it's your turn to talk, please state your name again, especially if it's the first time, just so we're able to capture that and record that. Just make sure you're identifying yourself when you're speaking. The first piece I think we need to manage is Denver Water has a motion to limit the scope of the hearing on ripeness grounds regarding this permit application. My take on this is, maybe if everyone's okay with it, let the Denver Water and the division, the applicant in the division, talk about deciding 3 or 4 minutes on just how we want to discuss this, and then just make their case for what we would like to do with this motion, so we can proceed, and then we'll go on to the pre-hearing order. So I don't know if the division wanted to maybe tee that off with about 3 minutes.
I think it's probably more appropriate. Again, this is Jeff Fugate appearing on behalf of the division. Division is staffed the board in this matter. I think it's probably procedurally more appropriate for Daniel Arnold to address this. It's Denver Water's motion.
Sure.
So they can present.
Yep, have Denver Water, and then if the division wants to have any say on that.
Yes.
Okay, so Denver Water, did you want to take a couple minutes here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, may I share my screen? I have 3 slides related to this issue that I'd like to present.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, can you just state your name one more time?
Yes, I will. My name is Daniel Arnold, and I'm an attorney with Denver Water.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, technical difficulties. The rightness, Denver Water's rightness motion. We are concerned that we are in effect putting the cart before the horse in this hearing today on resolving questions about whether the mine pool has achieved physical and chemical stability. And this relates to the transfer of the permit in 2018 from Cotter Corporation to Colorado Legacy Land LLC, as well as DRMS's recommendation for approval of the permit amendment today. Trying to find my slide. So in the DRMS's approval recommendation today, they conclude that the mine pool has achieved chemical stability, and it's based on their determination is based on the effectiveness of the water treatment operations at the site. Now, in 2018, Denver Water, when the permit was request for transfer was before DRMS, Denver Water was extremely concerned about whether the plan for treatment in the proposed financial warranty was adequate. And Denver Water ultimately agreed to withhold its objections subject to the terms and conditions that were adopted with the permit transfer request. And I think my slides are a little out of order, but the first condition, in condition 2 in the 2018 approval letter, required CLL to provide a plan to address the physical and chemical stability of the mine pool and address the concentrations of dissolved uranium, well as conceptual site model as part of Permit Amendment 6. We think the appropriate standard to judge that plan is the board's rules and regulations. There is a separate term and condition adopted, and that term and condition related to the issue of whether the mine pool has achieved chemical and physical stability. And under condition 3 of the approval letter, it provides that after the permit amendment has been approved, and only after, CLL may make a request for a reduction of the financial warranty and to support a reduction of the financial warranty or an adjustment. The standard is as provided in term and condition 3 is 3 consecutive years of data which verify that the physical and chemical stabilization of the mine pool has been achieved. We're not there yet today. We're just at the first stage of approval of the permit amendment. And we request that the board refrain from making any findings today or determination that the mine pool has achieved chemical stability, because that really is pertinent to a subsequent request for adjustment of the financial warranty made by CLL. So that's our argument in a nutshell, and I'm happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Did the applicant want to take 4 or 5 minutes, present on anything while we're considering this?
Yeah, this is Jim Harrington, and I will begin, and then Polly Jessen will also address this for us.
Okay.
My understanding at the time of the succession of operator request was that the mine pool stability and physically and chemically would be demonstrated over 3 years worth of data, and that we told all of the parties at that point what our plan was, and we presented that plan, and we've executed that plan and have demonstrated physical and chemical stability now with more than 3 years worth of data, which is what we're going to present today and what the division has reviewed and recommended approval. We believe that the plan and the demonstration are part and parcel of the same amendment, which is what we're presenting to you today, that they should be considered together. And that's the understanding I had from the beginning, which was the plan would need to be supported by 3 years worth of data. The wording as it is in the succession of operator letter, we do not believe requires them to be presented separately. And I would say that my understanding at the time and all the way through has been that both the plan and the data would come to be considered at the same time.
Sure. And hello, my name is Brandon Ratner. I'm with Kaplan, Kirshner Rockwell and representing CLL as attorneys in this matter. And I would just add a few things about Denver's motion in particular that we take issue with the legal interpretation of whether or not these issues are ripe at this time. And before I even get into that, I just want to really put a pin on what it means to consider the ripeness of an argument. That is a jurisdictional constraint that basically says we're premature, we're not able to adjudicate this matter at this time, specifically because there's some factors, it's not ready, it's not ripe, as the word implies. And there's nothing actually in the transfer letter that Denver Water points to that suggests that this issue, whether it be the physical or chemical stabilization, are unripe to consider at this time. The key move here is understanding that this interpretation basically requires all of these sequential arguments and requirements and procedural steps in the letter that just simply isn't there. And I'll address both of those in turn. So the first thing that we even heard Denver Water mention this morning is that the physical and chemical stability are not pertinent to the approval of the Amendment 6, Permit Amendment 6, which we're discussing today. But in that same transfer letter, the letter makes very, very clear that CLL is supposed to actually provide these plans. And that's really all the letter says. It doesn't have another requirement that says, and once these plans are provided, the board should wait another 3 years to determine whether or not they are effective. There's no actual requirement to consider the plans and consider the data supporting the plans, which was turned over in Amendment 6, to consider that at a separate point later on. So whether or not this is pertinent, you know, the letter does not actually describe or limit the pertinence of this argument. And the second thing, and this really gets to the heart of the matter, is the idea that this determination is premature because CLL is not seeking a financial warranty release. Again, to be clear, nothing in the transfer letter says that the question of physical and chemical stability must be considered only at the time of the request for a release. It says that CLL has the opportunity that it may submit that release at a later date, but it does not actually require holding consideration of that issue until that later date. And similarly, nothing requires the board to delay considering the physical and chemical stability of the mine pool for 3 years following the approval of the amendment. There's no actual sequential pacing in the letter other than saying the only relevant sequential requirement is that the financial release cannot be considered until the amendment is approved. And CLL is completely compliant with that. We are not seeking a financial release at this point. So we think it's appropriate to consider the data that was included in the application.
Thank you. Couple moments from the division.
Yes, thank you again, Jeff Fugate here on behalf of the division. Just a couple of quick comments on this. After reviewing Denver Water's motion and then hearing their arguments this morning, I think it's fairly clear that what we have here is just a misunderstanding or a misinterpretation of the division's rationale document as it relates to the physical and chemical stability issues. These two issues are most certainly ripe for discussion and adjudication by this board today. The AM06 process, and you'll hear this more from staff as they present, it was a 14-month review process that considered nearly 4 years of collected data and a variety of plans implemented on site. Physical, chemical stability were the two primary issues considered by the division throughout that 14-month process. And their findings are clearly within kind of the scope of the amendment, AM06, and the transfer letter itself. At no point in time did the division ever kind of consider these two issues to be separate from kind of the long-term management of the mine pool. And that's kind of the most important aspect of the transfer was continued maintenance and monitoring of that mine pool as it relates to the enforcement action that was the kind of at the origin of all of these transfers and conditions attached to that 2018 transfer letter. I do want to make it clear that the division, through the rationale and at this time in the recommendation to approve this amendment, they're not making any findings that the mine pool is stable such that there is a release of either the permit, partial release of the permit, or release of the bond itself. They're not recommending any approval of permit release or bond release at this time. I believe the rationale also makes it abundantly clear that further review and collection of information related to the mine pool, the long-term management of that mine pool, are necessary and will occur. Throughout the rationale document, there are a significant number of comments addressing the need for additional information, need to supplement as more data is collected. And that's entirely what will occur under kind of the process that we have in place here. So Amendment 6 constitutes a very important step in the long-term management of this site. Whether it's a first step, a second step, I'm not sure, but we're still very much kind of in process in trying to figure out this complicated site. So like staff's simple request of the board would be to deny the motion and provide staff and the parties the opportunity to present testimony related to this amendment. In particular, to allow staff the opportunity to walk the board through this very complicated site. What's been going on out there for the last, not just 14 months as this amendment was in process, but the past 4 years where CLL has been out there trying to work towards some kind of solution for this complicated situation. And then finally, to allow staff an opportunity to explain its rationale and its findings as it relates to the physical chemical stability of that mine pool. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for the time and further detail on that. Any board discussion on this motion? Or
I'm compelled by council and the permittee's arguments here and would support denying the motion.
is that a motion?
Motion to deny Denver Water's motion to limit the scope of hearing on ripeness grounds.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Okay, hearing none, Denver Water's motion to limit the scope of the hearing on ripeness grounds is denied. Moving along here, we need to consider and adopt the pre-hearing order. You know, I don't know if were any objections to the pre-hearing order or any amendments that were made, if anybody's aware of any changes that you need us to flag before we go through, and if not, you know, we can move forward. I guess I'll just ask that question. Were there any changes, or does the pre-hearing order stand still? Yep. Okay. So we would need a motion to consider and adopt the draft pre-hearing order.
So moved.
Second. Okay. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. So the board has adopted the draft pre-hearing order. I'm going to just do a quick outline of time, just so everyone is aware, and also just go through sort of the order in which we'll be doing this. So the divisions they have 20 minutes to do an introduction and kind of present an overview of the application. Then the division has 45 minutes in which to make a presentation, and we have several from the division that will be making those presentations. Again, just a reminder to please identify yourselves. The applicant then has 20 minutes to make a presentation. Looks like we've got 2 from CLL then that will be presenting on behalf of them. Objectors have 55 minutes total, 25 minutes of which is allocated to Denver Water and 30 allocated to City of Arvada. Then a rebuttal statement from the division, about 15 minutes. Rebuttal from the objectives, 20 minutes, 5 of which allocated to Denver Water and 15 allocated to City of Arvada. The applicant has 15 minutes for rebuttal. And then 5-minute closing statement by the division, 10 minutes closing, 5 each to Denver Water and City of Arvada, and then 5 minutes closing statement from the applicant. Everyone in agreement, understand the time frame we're dealing with here. We will keep track and let you know how you're doing. Questions from the board do not count against your time. Okay, I guess with that, we will go along in here to an introduction from the division.
I didn't know if the board was able to view the presentation form that was included on the drive. I heard there were some issues with the
There were a couple
You want a
issues.
copy? I have one.
I think we would take them.
Okay.
For the sake of,
Yes, on a paper copy as well.
thank you.
Just a chronology for the review mainly.
Great.
Is that
Yeah.
old fashioned way here?
That's okay.
Oh, did I give you two?
Gave you
Maybe.
two, But I think this one.
Yeah.
you can't erase it,
Okay.
so we're
Oh,
okay.
did Kimmy already give you one?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Kimmy.
Okay,
I'm good.
Do you have one? Okay.
thank you for that.
Recording.
Unmute. Should be okay. I think we're muted. Hear any feedback? So. We're getting there.
Yes, right. Can you try to escape?
Computer froze up on us, so bear with us. You can see the look on the screen. So. Oops. PDF.
Apologies, we've not tested this system out. We'll,
It's okay.
we'll
I know you guys
wait,
were,
wait.
oh, it was working, right?
I think it had a lag time actually.
have some gremlins, but let's see here.
Is it working now?
We've got it up now. If I can. Let's try to share the screen one more time. All right, progress.
Really long time.
All right.
Thank you. I'm better at you than me doing that. So. Good morning. This is Amy Eschberger with the division, here to present the staff introduction for this item. This is a formal board hearing for the Schwartzwalder Mine permitted by Colorado Legacy Land LLC under permit number M 1977-300. Purpose of this hearing is to consider the division's recommendation to approve a 112D2 permit amendment application with objections. Slide 3 depicts the site location. The Schwartzwalder Mine is located in Jefferson County, approximately 6 miles northwest of Golden. The Schwartzwalder Mine is a former underground uranium mine permitted for 76.22 acres under a 112D2 designated mining operation permit. The affected lands are owned by the operator. The post-mine land use for the site is wildlife habitat, and the current financial warranty amount is $7,674,022. It's important to note that mining operations ceased in 2000 and the site is in final reclamation. Slide 5 shows the 76.22 acre permit area delineated in dark red. This boundary generally follows the valley floor and also includes access to mine openings and monitoring wells along the southern canyon wall. The main access to the site is from the southeast off of the Glencoe Valley Road. Slide 6 depicts the main features at the Schwartzwalder mine, including two large waste rock piles, referred to as the north waste rock pile and the south waste rock pile. An upgradient cutoff wall, which was installed so that creek flows above the site can be captured and diverted around the mine via a bypass pipeline, and that pipeline is delineated in purple on the map adjacent to the creek there. And it's discharged at the down gradient outfall SWBPL. And the treated water, other main features at the site include 9 mine openings along the southern canyon wall and a water treatment plant, which sits on top of a mesa at the southern edge of the canyon. The mine is dewatered via the Jeffrey Air Shaft, which is located up the hill from the treatment plant. And the treated water from the plant is discharged at the down gradient cutoff, the down gradient outfall, SWBPL. I'd also like to point out the location of the Steve adit, just west of the water treatment plant, which will be mentioned in some of the upcoming slides. Are there any questions about this map before I move on? Okay. So these next few slides include some photos of the main site features. On this slide, the top left photos show the up gradient cutoff wall, which is installed in Ralston Creek. The bottom left photo shows the bypass pipeline, which directs creek flows around the mine site. The middle photo at the bottom is looking downstream from the cutoff wall, showing the creek bed on site is generally dry due to that bypass pipeline. And the far right photo shows the operator's permitted outfall, SWBPL, located down gradient of the site at which both diverted creek flows and also treated mine water are discharged. On slide 8, the top left photo shows the water treatment plant on top of the mesa. The bottom left photo is of the Steve level portal.
It's not
Sorry.
advancing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we got a delay there again. Okay. Now we have the water treatment plant. So this is slide 8, we have the water treatment plant. We have the Steve level porter at the bottom left, which is sealed, has a hydraulic bulkhead installed in it. And on the right side, we have the north waste rock pile at the top and the south waste rock pile at the bottom. These two piles were reclaimed many years ago, and they now have a well-established grass cover. A quarterly surface water and groundwater monitoring program is in place at the site. Slide 9 shows the 13 surface water monitoring locations along Ralston Creek, including 1 up gradient location, 7 on-site locations, and 5 down gradient locations. The permitted outfall at SWBPL is circled in yellow. Slide 10 shows the locations of the 13 groundwater monitoring wells, including 1 up gradient well, 6 alluvial wells, and 6 bedrock wells. I should note many of the alluvial wells will be abandoned due to the valley excavation project, and I'll discuss that a little bit more on a later slide. Also, I wanted to note that in AM6, the operator did commit to installing an additional bedrock well down gradient from the mine, and this well is expected to be installed next year after they complete the valley excavation project.
Sorry, do you mind if I interrupt there real quick?
Oh, sure.
The alluvial wells and the bedrock wells, are they paired, or I'm just having a hard time seeing
Yeah,
where
so
each one is?
13 and 14, that one, well, they're both bedrock wells, but one is deeper, one is shallower. The alluvial wells are in the valley on the valley floor. And then the ones on the south part of the hill are bedrock wells. And those were installed a little later in 2012. But there are 2 wells at different depths installed side by side. So like 13, 14, 15, 16. are side by side there at different depths.
Awesome, thanks.
Starting on slide 11, a brief history of the permit is provided. So the Schwarzwälder mine was operated by Cotter Corporation from 1966 until 2000, when mining operations ceased, at which time the dewatering pumps were shut off and the mine was allowed to flood. In 2002, the mine sumps and the water treatment plant were taken offline. By 2007, the mine pool had reached the level of Ralston Creek, and uranium concentrations in the creek were consistently exceeding the stream standard. On August 11, 2010, a board order was issued finding the operator in violation for the hydrologic impacts. It required the operator to reinitiate mine dewatering and water discharge treatment sufficient to bring the mine pool at least 500 feet below the Steve level. On October 4, 2012, the board issued a modified order requiring the operator to bring the mine pool to 150 feet below Steve level. This revised limit was based on information provided in Amendment 4, which was under review at that time. This regulatory limit was set to reestablish a hydraulic gradient away from Ralston Creek in the permit area. On July 2013, mine dewatering was reinitiated per the board order. And then by November 2017, the mine was dewatered to the regulatory limit of 150 feet below Steve level. In February of 2018, not long after the mine pool had been dewatered to the regulatory limit, the permit was transferred to Colorado Legacy Land, LLC, through Succession of Operators 1. Given the recent violations and the division's concern at the time regarding the continued management and reclamation of the site, SO1 was approved with 4 conditions. This SO1 approval was included as attachment A in the division's recommendation and rationale document. Since taking over the permit in 2018, CLL has completed a significant amount of work at the site, including they have demolished and removed some of the old mine facilities, such as the old water treatment plant, office, and concrete containment structures. They relocated the water treatment plant to the top of the mesa. They began the alluvial valley excavation project, in which radionuclide impacted soils in the valley are excavated and disposed of underground. The purpose of this project was to remove soils placed in the valley during mining, which had the potential to leach uranium and other heavy metals to the creek. CLL also installed a lined stormwater diversion channel in the north waste rock pile. They completed a partial closure of the Black Forest mine openings. They installed a new 60 horsepower pump in the mine to dewater the mine pool at a rate of 300 gallons per minute. They continued in situ treatments of the mine pool, and they also continued the pump treat regime to keep the mine pool below the regulatory limit that was specified by the board. So the next few slides include some photos of these projects that occurred on site over the past 4 years. So in slide 13, the top left photo shows the old water treatment plant, which was set in the valley adjacent to the creek. And this plant needed to be removed so they could access the soils underneath it in the valley. So the bottom left, you see some demolition of the old plant there. And then the photo to the right is the new water treatment plant that was relocated to the top of the mesa. And I forgot to say that occurred in 2018. So slide 14 includes a few photos of the new 60 horsepower intake pump being installed in the mine via the Jeffrey Air Shaft. This project was completed in 2019. Slide 15 includes some photos of the lined stormwater diversion channel that was installed along the edge of the north waste rock pile in 2020. The installation of this channel was to address seep issues caused by water infiltrating the pile from the natural drainage above. On slide 16, the 2 photos on the left show the portal to the Black Forest mine and the backfilling of this mine. And as you can see on the photo to the right, the portal was backfilled, and that was done in December 2021. And I just wanted to note that additional backfill will be placed along that hillside to create the final slope configuration and revegetated. And slide 17 includes some photos of the alluvial valley excavation project, which the operator expects to complete next year. After this project is completed, the disturbed lands in the valley, estimated to cover 7.1 acres, will be reclaimed. This is standing on top, the photo on the right is standing on top of the mesa looking northwest across the valley. And slide 18 describes the purpose of AM6, which was to address conditions number 2 and number 3 of the division's SO1 approval. And this included to provide a conceptual site model, a plan addressing the physical and chemical stabilization of the mine pool, specifically addressing the concentrations of dissolved uranium and other constituents as required under the conditions of the permit, an updated reclamation plan and an updated environmental protection plan. Condition 3 was to provide a plan addressing the long-term cost of operating the water treatment plant and managing the mine pool based on a minimum of 3 consecutive years of data, which verify the physical and chemical stabilization of the mine pool. And then slide 19 provides a summary of the division's review of AM6. A more detailed chronology was provided in the staff's presentation form. AM6 was filed for review on July 29th, 2021. We deemed the application complex, which extended the decision date by 60 days. The review period for AM6 was extended multiple times. It was also extended by the board after the 365-day deadline had been reached. The review occurred over a period of 14 months, during which the division issued a total of 5 adequacy review letters. And the division did receive 2 timely objections on the application from City of Arvada and Denver Water, and 2 agency comments from History Colorado and the Division of Water Resources. The division issued its recommendation and rationale for approval on September 27th of this year, and our pre-hearing conference was held on October 5th, in which all parties were in attendance. And this concludes the staff's introduction presentation for this hearing. Does the board have any questions? Or if you want me to go back to a slide, I can do that too. I know I ran through it fairly quickly.
Yeah, it was a really good overview. Any questions for the division?
All right, well, with that, we'll move into our main presentation. And good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Michael Cunningham, representing the division. Before I hand it over to Amy, I just have a few quick opening remarks, partly summarizing what Amy just went through. But as the board will hear from today's testimony, the Schwarzwälder mine is a complex site with a long history and significant technical challenges to be addressed. Throughout the review of AM06, we worked closely with our objecting parties, Denver Water and City of Arvada, both of which have been longstanding stakeholders in the Schwarzwälder mine. We understand and appreciate their concerns. We value their input and technical assessments, and we look forward to continuing working with them throughout the life of this mine. Again, it's important to keep in mind that Amendment number 6 is really a continuation of the enforcement actions resulting from the violation that was issued to the prior operator in 2010, following the mine pool being allowed to refill, expressing itself in Ralston Creek. And all reclamation efforts since that time have been geared towards keeping the mine pool at or below the prescribed regulatory limit in order to protect Ralston Creek and the downstream reservoirs. As we've discussed, given the sensitivity of this site, the division imposed conditions on the transfer of the permit from Cotter Corporation to Colorado Legacy Land in 2018. Now, those conditions of the permit transfer were set up to evaluate reclamation progress and ensure the continued protection of Ralston Creek. Since taking over the permit, as Amy just walked the board through, Colorado Legacy Land has significantly advanced reclamation, and the operation is in full compliance with the conditions of the reclamation permit, and most importantly, they're in compliance with their discharge permit. The Schwarzwälder mine shares many similarities with our larger designated mining operations in the state, all of which present complex and unique challenges, including long-term water treatment. The existing regulatory framework is sufficient to address these challenges, to regulate these operations, and to ensure that the environment is protected. The Schwarzwälder mine is not a contaminated site with no viable, responsible party. It is a reclamation project with a financial warranty and a cooperative operator. Lastly, the purpose of Amendment 6, again, was to provide a conceptual model, which we'll be talking about today, and that can really be best thought of as a progress report on reclamation efforts. The division has recommended approval of Amendment number 6. And again, approval of Amendment 6 does not release Colorado legacy land from further reclamation responsibility, nor does it release any financial warranty at the site. Amendment 6 does provide important details on the reclamation plan, and it represents another step towards final reclamation of the site. And with that, I will turn it over to Amy for the main presentation, and I would just encourage the board, if you have any questions as we work our way through the presentation, please interrupt us, and we'll take the time and try to answer those questions.
Thank you. This is Amy Ashford with the division again, and I'll go ahead and proceed with the staff presentation. So in accordance with the pre-hearing order, this presentation will address each of the 7 jurisdictional issues that were raised by objecting parties, including the conceptual site model, physical stabilization of the mine pool, chemical stabilization of the mine pool, environmental protection plan, reclamation bond, and other agency involvement. Slide 4 begins with issue number 1, the conceptual site model, also referred to as the CSM in this presentation. Condition number 2 of SO1 approval required the operator to submit a conceptual site model. A CSM is defined by the EPA as an iterative living representation of a site that summarizes and helps project teams visualize and understand available information. The Acton rules do not provide specific guidance for developing a CSM. However, the intent of adding this requirement at the time of SO1 approval was to obtain an overview of site conditions, to identify contaminants of potential concern and their sources, and describe potential reclamation and mitigation measures. The CSM provided an AM6 included an operational site history, a description of site conditions and current operations, the identification of potential contaminants and their sources, a description of reclamation work completed, and a summary of ongoing reclamation work, monitoring, and reporting. Through the adequacy review process, the CSM was updated to include more recent data collected and work performed. DRMS found the CSM submitted in AM6 to be adequate and to have satisfied condition number 2 of SO1 approval. And as stated above, a CSM is by definition a living model, meaning it should be updated as new information is obtained and/or new mitigation strategies are considered. Accordingly, DRMS anticipates that the CSM submitted in AM6 will require additional updates as new data is collected at the site. The operator committed to doing this in an email dated October 7th, 2022. I believe I included that with the board packet. I was able to fit that in. So there. I think that's all I have on this one. So this concludes the CSM section. Does the board have any questions regarding the CSM?
I do. Shock, I know. How often would you expect that to be updated, and how often? I don't think I'm remembering a time frame included in the operator's email back.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to
Go ahead.
Yeah, there weren't any timeframes specified in the SO approval, and like I said, we don't have, our Acton rules don't really specify any guidance for it. But as far as timeline, we don't have anything specific in mind. I think it will depend a lot on site conditions. just as we monitor new data as it comes in. There's data being collected through the site or from the site, like daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and they report the data quarterly in one report. So as we monitor that data, I mean, it may be, if we see some significant changes, we may want to, in mine chemistry or other site conditions, we may want to see the CSM updated at that time, but we don't have any specific deadlines in mind at this time. I think the CSM that was submitted in AM6 accurately, captures the data that we've looked at for the past 4 years. So I don't know if you want to add anything on that.
That's basically it. The division was hesitant to put specific dates and deadlines on this, given that this is a dynamic site, it's evolving. And in the rationale, we did explain kind of the 6 stages of the life cycle of a CSM as defined by the EPA. We're probably squarely within the second to last, the remediation mitigation part of this. So we think another go around is going to be appropriate before reclamation is finalized out there. That may put us in the final stage, the post remedy stage, where we're kind of looking at this from a long-term perspective.
What's that estimated time frame from the stage you're in now to that next? Is it months, years?
That's a good question. I think, there's 2 things we're talking about. We've got the mine pool, and then we've got the surface reclamation. As we'll be going into greater detail through the physical stabilization and chemical stabilization sections. The mine pool is one thing. Surface reclamation, that's what's going to be completed in the near term, and I believe the operator estimates that they'll have that work, the excavation completed by next year. Of course, we have some additional time for establishment of vegetation on the valley floor. Could be another couple growing seasons before we would consider that area to be fully reclaimed. So sometime within that time frame, as they're continuing to work on surface reclamation, we would expect something to come in.
Were there any other questions on the conceptual site model before I move on to the next section? You have a question?
Maybe one from understanding the US EPA's guidelines around conceptual models, which kind of defines, in my mind, how we call things cleanups, right? But how does that translate to what you folks actually use in saying that there's no state regulations or requirements around that?
That is a very good question. And the answer is, it may not perfectly translate to how the act and the rules are structured. I'd be hard pressed to correlate any aspect of the rules to the conceptual site model, which is why it is unusual. The board probably has some awareness that we don't typically discuss conceptual site models in these hearings because it's not typically a requirement. It is a tool we've used at some of our larger DMO sites. And again, given the complexities here, that's why we've done that. It's not necessarily a tool that we would utilize to demonstrate that the operator has achieved full compliance with the act and the rules as a demonstration for release from the site. Rather, it's a tool to help us understand that everything that's going on out there is moving us in the right direction.
So in my mind, it's more of a best practice than a regulatory environment where the EPA find it for a different use.
Yes, but I think there's be some overlap.
Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and start the section on physical stabilization of the mine pool on slide 8. This slide includes a generalized cross-section of the upper portion of the mine workings. The main features I wanted to point out are the steep level, which is the adit that the regulatory limit was based on. That's in red there. The 150-foot below steep level regulatory limit, which is delineated with a red line. And the water treatment plant, which sits at about the same elevation as the steep level. And note that the 150-foot regulatory limit was set about 63 feet below the elevation of the creek in the mine area. So condition number 2 of SO1 approval required the operator to provide a plan addressing the physical stabilization of the mine pool. Condition 3, required operator to address the long-term cost of operating the water treatment plant and managing the mine pool, which DRMS expected would be based on 3 consecutive years of data that verify the physical and chemical stabilization of the mine pool. No criteria for physical stabilization of the mine pool were specified in SO1 based on site conditions prior to SO1 approval in which the mine workings were flooded. Physical stabilization referred to achieving a mine pool elevation below the regulatory limit set by the board and developing an operational strategy to maintain these conditions. As mentioned earlier, the 150-foot regulatory limit had just been achieved by the former operator, Cotter Corporation, within 3 months of SO1 approval. Therefore, the division had some concerns at that time regarding if and how the new operator would continue managing the mine pool in accordance with the 2012 board order, which is why this condition was added to the permit transfer. The operational strategy at the site over the past 4 years has included pumping and treating the mine pool on a seasonal basis, generally 4 to 6 months a year, and then allowing the mine to naturally refill the remainder of the year. During summer months, the mine pool is pumped down to about 350 to 400 feet below steep level. Then the plant is shut down for the winter. The water treatment plant is generally brought back online when the mine pool reaches about 20 feet below the regulatory limit. And at an average mine refill rate of 0.6 feet per day, this buffer allows about 30 days to work through any issues encountered. It typically takes about 2 weeks to get the plant back online, but it could be accomplished in as little as 4 days in the event of an emergency. The mine pool transducer provides real-time data that can be monitored remotely, and daily mine pool elevations are provided to DRMS with the quarterly water monitoring reports. Since SO1 approval in 2018, the operator has consistently maintained the mine pool below the regulatory limit. Data obtained over the past 4 years from bedrock wells and the mine transducer indicate that maintaining the mine pool below the regulatory limit has established a hydraulic gradient toward the mine workings and away from Rousting Creek as intended. The figure shown on slide 11 is a bedrock groundwater contour map, which was created using water levels obtained from site wells and the mine pool transducer. The area shaded pink represents the underground mine workings. Note the groundwater gradient in the mine area is toward the mine workings. In Amendment 6, the operator proposes to continue, getting a little bit of feedback. Carry on, see how it goes. In Amendment 6, the operator proposes to continue the current operational strategy to keep the mine pool below the regulatory limit set by the board, which is 150 feet below steep level. Based on the operator's ability to keep the mine pool elevation below this regulatory limit since taking over the permit over 4 years ago, and the operator's plan to continue the successful strategy, DRMS believes the operator has sufficiently demonstrated physical stability of the mine pool in accordance with conditions 2 and 3 of SO1 approval. And this concludes my section on physical stability of the mine pool. So I'd be happy to take any questions or go back to a slide if needed.
Okay, so I was wondering if there was any data before 2018 that was submitted by the previous operator that would help give more of a long-term picture of what's going on in there?
Well, the data, there is some data available in previous revisions, but the mine pool was actually flooded for some time. And so they did start pumping it down in 2013. And I believe there is some data on that in the file. I don't have it readily available right now, but we do have some data in the file on that. But they didn't get it to the regulatory limit until late 2017. And then, you know, the new operator came in. And so that's what they were presenting in Amendment 6, since it was supposed to be based on a minimum of 3 consecutive years. They were just including the data that they collected over the 4-year period since they took over the permit. So the data prior to that wasn't included in the permit.
Sure. Yeah. And
Or in the amendment, I'm sorry.
yeah, and then a similar question that's not related again to this operator, but Do you know why it took them 4 years to get it pumped down?
There was,
Perhaps Jeff can speak to that.
Yeah, I apologize. I know that's kind of dredging up the past, but
Oh, no,
I'm
no
thinking
problem.
about data trends and what's going on inside of mine.
Sure.
one large component of that was the flood that occurred in 2013. And that took out the primary site access going up the valley there. They did have a secondary access through Jeffco open space. That posed some problems, especially as you're hauling chemicals for water treatment through that area. So part of that was working with Jefferson County and reestablishing that road, rebuilding culverts, armoring them. That took quite a bit of time before they were, and I don't have that exact date, but that was a big part of the delay.
Sure.
Again, Jeff Heated on behalf of the division. The only supplement I have is, and Michael addressed it in some of his opening remarks, is prior to this transfer, this site was subject to pretty intense enforcement actions by the division against Cotter to just achieve compliance with that 150-foot regulatory level. It was prior to this board, but there was a handful of enforcement matters that were trying to get compliance at that site to eliminate the impacts to the adjacent creek. Eventually it was resolved through settlement agreements, and they did start the pumping and drawdown, but it took quite a bit of time to do that.
And I just want to note, they also had a smaller pump at that time, so they were using a 20 horsepower pump and then a 25 horsepower pump. So I think they were limited at maybe 100 gallons per minute. And those deeper mine workings, I believe the rate of pumping it is different than what we're at 150 and above, because it changes. It's a 2,200 foot deep mine, so it's pretty deep. It's a huge mine pool. I believe it's about 140 million gallons estimated. So we're talking about a really huge mine pool, differences in those volumes. And I don't know where they were at, but when they started, I believe they're around 22 feet or so below the Steve adit, which at the time was thought to be kind of the natural static level before they started pumping. So I don't know for sure what they ran into, but I know they were using a small pump. They were just getting it figured out. There was also, like Jeff mentioned, a little bit of pushback on some things, some enforcement items, and some back and forth on that. But it did take some time. I mean, it took about 4 years to get it once they started to get it to that level.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm hearing are a lot of exterior forces, not necessarily things changing within the mine that would have caused that challenge.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you said the flood in 2013, you're talking about the actual, whatever we call it, 100-year, 1,000-year.
I think it was
flood.
almost a 1,000-year
Yeah,
event.
exactly.
It was a true natural disaster that had a big impact on the mine.
Regional natural disaster.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that when you say flood, it wasn't about this.
Yep, no, I'm
site
sorry.
in
I'm so used to
particular, it
just-
was about the flood.
Just saying the flood, and folks know what I mean, but no, thank you
Yeah.
for clarifying.
Lauren?
Well, I guess my final question is maybe more one for the operator about, what's the long-term plan? Because this is certainly a site that with a mine pool that large, obviously continuous groundwater inputs, it's not going to go away. So one that I would love to hear the operator address kind of the long-term idea. And it sounds, I know that there's some accordance for about 20 or 10 years of planning and all of this, but it's going to take longer than that. So I'd love to hear the long-term plan down the road when we get to that.
Are you comfortable waiting for the applicant's presentation?
It's appropriate for them to
Yeah.
address it. Yeah.
And if it's not covered?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess I'll go ahead and move into the chemical stabilization section. So condition number 2 of SO1 approval required the operator to provide a plan addressing the chemical stabilization of the mine pool and specifically addressing the concentrations of dissolved uranium and other constituents as required under the conditions of the permit. Condition number 3 of SO1 approval required the operator to address the long-term cost of operating the water treatment plant and managing the mine pool, which DRMS expected would be based on 3 consecutive years of data that verify physical and chemical stabilization of the mine pool. So as with physical stabilization, no criteria were specified in SO1. However, the intent behind this requirement was to ensure the mine pool chemistry was acting in a more predictable manner and that treatment methods used by the operator were adequate to maintain water quality compliance over the long-term treatment period, which in this case is 20 years. The mine pool has a neutral pH. The median value is 7.17. It has high TDS, total dissolved solids, approximately 3,000 milligrams per liter, and elevated concentrations of sulfate, antimony, arsenic, iron, manganese, molybdenum, thallium, uranium, and radium-226. The primary constituents of concern are uranium and molybdenum. As the mine pool is pumped down to comply with the regulatory limit, water is run through on-site reverse osmosis and ion exchange treatment systems prior to being discharged in Ralston Creek at the CDPHE permitted outfall SWBPL. Under the CDPHE permit, the mine discharge must meet specified water quality standards for the creek, including 0.03 milligrams per liter for uranium and 0.15 milligrams per liter for molybdenum. For more than 4 consecutive years, the treatment system has consistently produced water quality that meets these standards. And the photos on slide 16 from top to bottom show the water treatment plant, the reverse osmosis system inside the plant, and the ion exchange system inside the plant at the bottom there. The figure on the right shows the features present on top of the mesa, including the water treatment plant and some of the tanks associated with that plant. And note the blue line, which represents the pipeline that goes from the plant up to the Jeffrey Air Shaft. And that pipeline is where the water from the mine is pumped through to get to the plant. Slide 17 includes a graph showing uranium concentrations in the water treatment plant discharge from 2018 through 2021. The red line represents the 0.03 milligram per liter stream standard for uranium. Note the plant discharge has remained below this standard over this period of time. The primary approach to stabilizing the chemistry of the mine pool has been to limit oxidation processes in the mine. This has been accomplished by decreasing oxygen flux into the mine by sealing up the mine openings and stopping active ventilation of the mine, as well as by performing periodic in situ treatments of the mine pool. And the photos at the bottom on slide 18 depict the sealed steep portal at left. I believe I showed you that earlier, and the hydraulic bulkhead that's installed inside the attic. The in situ treatments consist of injecting carbon sources to stimulate the activity of native sulfate-reducing bacteria, resulting in the precipitation of low solubility metal sulfide phases which sink in the mine pool. These precipitates remain insoluble as long as the reducing conditions are maintained in the mine. A phosphate source is also added during in situ treatments when necessary as a nutrient for the microbes. A total of 5 in situ treatments of the mine pool have occurred to date, including in 2013, 2015, 2017, 2020, and 2021. And these last 2 were performed by the new operator CLL. The initial treatments were substantially effective in reducing uranium concentrations in the mine pool. Additionally, however, these treatments have shown less effectiveness over time in reducing uranium concentrations. Additionally, the initial decrease observed in uranium concentrations after in situ treatment has typically been followed by a rebound. The figure included on slide 20 shows uranium concentrations in the mine pool. And I know it's probably hard for you to see, but the blue squares represent total uranium and the black circles are dissolved uranium. And it also plots the in situ treatments with the brown lines. Note that prior to the 2013 treatment, uranium concentrations were approximately 23 milligrams per liter in the mine pool. And post-treatment, these concentrations were reduced to approximately 3 milligrams per liter. Also note, these concentrations rebound to approximately 4 to 7 milligrams per liter prior to the 2015 treatment. After the 2020 in situ treatment, no significant reduction in uranium concentrations was observed. I should also note that the data outlined in red from 2017 is considered suspect data that's possibly not representative of the mine pool chemistry. A more detailed explanation of this data is provided on page 12 of the division's rationale. As shown on the figure, these high concentrations have not been observed since 2017. Even if the suspect data is representative of mine pool chemistry, the treatment system has continued to produce compliant discharge. The figure on slide 21 shows a similar pattern with molybdenum concentrations in a mine pool, in which concentrations are reduced with in situ treatments, and there's a slight rebound prior to the next treatment. Despite the similarity, note that unlike with uranium concentrations, molybdenum concentrations in the mine pool appear to still show a strong reaction to the in situ treatments. Note the molybdenum data from 2017 is also considered suspect as depicted by the red circle. Please feel free to stop me at any time too. I know I'm moving through this pretty fast, so if you have any questions. The operator has suggested the recent results from the in situ treatments may indicate that the mine pool chemistry has reached a point at which continued in situ treatments may not achieve substantially reduced uranium concentrations below the current concentrations of 15 to 20 milligrams per liter. This is attributed to calcium uranium carbonate complexes that effectively limit the rate and extent of uranium reduction and removal that can be expected by any further in situ treatments that stimulate microbial activity. Calcium and bicarbonate carbonate concentrations are now effectively saturated in the mine pool. They're not expected to continue increasing substantially. The operator estimates that uranium concentrations, which are heavily controlled by calcium and alkalinity, will also have limited further increase based on these solubility controls. It's important to note that the current range in uranium concentrations, which are 15 to 20 milligrams per liter, is still lower than uranium concentrations recorded prior to beginning the in situ treatments, which range from 25 to 70 milligrams per liter. Furthermore, these concentrations are within the range in which the RO treatment system can produce compliant discharge. According to the operator, the current system is robust enough to sustain a more than 400% increase in uranium concentrations without threatening the system's ability to maintain compliant discharge. The operator will continue in situ treatments, but with the purpose of maintaining uranium concentrations at current levels and to maintain that reducing environment. It should be noted that total dissolved solids in the mine pool have remained relatively unchanged since the fill period, close to 3,000 milligrams per liter, which indicates that the bulk mine pool chemistry is stable. During the reverse osmosis treatment process, the reject brine is amended with barium chloride and injected back into the mine on a continuous basis. The RO reject is injected into the deep mine workings through the Steve adit bulkhead via a pipeline that discharges at the 1100 level. And that's represented by the purple line on this figure. RO reject has a higher TDS solution, or is a higher TDS solution that's more dense, approximately 3 times more concentrated than the mine water, and it will sink in the mine pool where it is discharged. The figure on slide 24 shows an illustrated cross-section of the upper mine workings that is not to scale. Note the Steve adit through which our reject is pumped to shaft 2 to discharge at the 1100 level. So that's the purple line here on the left. Also note the 60 horsepower pump installed in the Jeffrey air shaft, which is used to dewater the mine, and that's the green line on the right side of the workings. And the regulatory limit is depicted with the red line. And like I said, this is especially the vertical exaggeration is not there. I mean, you have, just keep in mind the red line is 150 feet deep and the purple line ends at 1100 feet deep. So there's actually quite a bit of depth there, but just to get it on this slide or in this image, it was squished a little bit vertically. At this time, there is insufficient data to determine whether returning the RO reject to the deep mine workings during plant operations is causing an increase in uranium concentrations in the mine pool and or impacting the effectiveness of the in situ treatments. It should be noted the practice of returning RO reject to the mine was reviewed and approved in 2013 through Amendment 4 and was not reevaluated in Amendment 6. However, the effects of returning RO reject to the mine on the mine pool chemistry and on the effectiveness of the water treatment system will continue to be evaluated at the site as additional data is collected. DRMS believes the operator has achieved chemical stability of the mine pool compared with previous conditions by working to create and maintain a reducing environment in the mine by sealing the mine and performing in situ treatments. And additionally, DRMS believes it is appropriate to evaluate the chemical stability of the mine pool from the perspective of the effectiveness of the water treatment operations. As long as the chemistry of the mine pool does not affect the ability of these systems to treat water pumped from the mine to meet discharge standards, then the mine pool can be considered chemically stable. As stated earlier, the current treatment system has consistently produced compliant discharge over the past 4 years and is expected to continue doing so over the next 20. It is understood that the mine pool will never be considered a drinking water source, and it will never meet drinking water standards. However, by keeping the mine pool below the regulatory limit and ensuring the water can be effectively treated by on-site technology to meet these the discharge standards, the disturbances to the hydrologic balance of the affected land and surrounding area is minimized in accordance with Rule 316. Based on the operational data collected over the past 4 years, DRMS believes the operator has sufficiently demonstrated chemical stability of the mine pool compared with previous conditions, as intended by the conditions 2 and 3 of SO1 approval. And this concludes the chemical stabilization section. I know there was a lot of information in there, and this is also one of the bigger issues of the objecting parties. So if there are any questions, I would be happy to provide additional clarification or maybe go back to a figure or slide if needed. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next section.
So that transducer that's down in the mines right by the pump,
No, the transducer, and keep in mind this is very generalized.
yeah,
The transducer is installed deep in the mine at about 400, or what were you gonna say? Will you please repeat the question?
where is a transducer?
The transducer is on the pump. So it's installed at, I believe it's
Between 294 to 354 feet below sea
Yeah.
level.
sorry.
And that's the only monitoring of any water levels, or there's no water quality being monitored, just water levels.
They do water quality analysis on a quarterly basis when they do their wells. They also do it at the, they have to do it when the plant is running. They take it from the raw feed in the plant. So they do take water quality samples from the mine, and that is done, like I said, during operations. There's not a way that I'm aware of that they can take those samples when the plant isn't running.
So you folks in your quarterly reports are seeing that water quality from the raw input into the plant, and you can see if there's any deviations of that brine being rejected. I mean, you would be able to detect that and start picking up.
Right, we do review that data, and it is submitted quarterly. Yeah, we do review the data. I think I understand what you're asking, that if there were any changes in the mine pool chemistry, we would see it as we're reviewing the data. That's correct. And that's something we're keeping an eye on, especially with these last 2 in situ treatments. They appear to not have as much of an impact on the uranium concentration. So of course, it's in our minds, it's really important that the regulatory limit be met and that the treatment technology be able to treat that mine pool. But if we do start to see, we're going to be looking for trends. I mean, if the operator thinks that uranium concentration shouldn't increase more above 20 or much more above 20 milligrams per liter. But if we see you know, an increasing trend there, then that would be something we would need to get with the operator. Get with them to maybe submit another revision or some additional analysis on the chemistry. So for this exercise for Amendment 6, we were just looking at the data that we had, which, you know, the SO approval required 3 years. We had a little over 4, which was nice just to have a little additional data, especially since, you know, it took them, they got the new pump installed in 2019. So the seasonal operation kind of started after that. That allowed them to be able to pump the mine pool down at a faster rate and do the seasonal operation. So it was nice to have some additional data there. But yeah, we're, you know, as we get new data on the mine chemistry, as they report that data, we're going to be looking for trends on that just to see. I'm anxious to see what the next, you know, data looks like after the next in situ treatment. And the operator does want to keep doing that because it is important to maintain those reducing conditions. And even though it may not reduce the uranium as much as we had hoped initially, you know, it is still, at this point, it seems to still be an important factor just to maintain those conditions that we do have and not, you know, allow it to increase any further. So it's definitely something we're going to have to review over the next 1 or 2 in situ treatments.
Thank you. A couple slides back, you were talking about just the water levels that they were. No, it's keep going. I think you were saying that all of the elements of the water were meeting the discharge permit levels. But then at the last slide, you said, but it's acknowledged this will never be drinking water. So what kind of standard is that? It's not a human health standard. It's
Well, so the mine pool won't. So what we were looking at in the graph was the discharge.
Gotcha.
So the mine pool is definitely a contaminated source. And I mean, the concentrations of the primary constituents of concern have been reduced to some extent. But the discharge is what we were looking at earlier.
Gotcha.
And so that's what they're actually putting into the creek.
Okay, so you are still saying that the discharge, potentially, that's got to meet a standard.
Oh,
that would be for that. What you're saying is that what is currently within that mine pool is acknowledged. That would never be. Okay, so two
Exactly.
separate elements. Gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And that is partly what makes this kind of a dynamic, complicated site is there's 2 primary focuses of the division as regulator to ensure that discharge is compliant. That standard is set by the health department through their discharge standard to be protective of overall security. That's the primary focus that stems from the enforcement action. And then we've got just the long-term management of the mine pool itself. It is not going to be a drinking water source. That's part of this Amendment 6 process is to start to figure out what that long-term management of the pool looks like. Obviously, it's related to the discharge itself and being protective of overall Creek. But there are 2 kind of goals at this site now.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think you showed another slide where you were saying that sort of how they have worked on the drawdown of the water or whatever it may be, that's naturally making kind of the ground, the intermingling. I think there was like a big thing of purple in the middle of the slide and then blue around it. So it's kind of.
Oh, the maybe the contour map or
Yeah,
yeah. So this
that
map,
one.
yeah.
Yes.
And the purpose of this map is to demonstrate the hydraulic gradient. So that was the purpose of the 150-foot level that was set by the board, is to protect the creek, because at that time we did have the mine pool flooded and interacting with that alluvial system.
Right.
And we were seeing impacts to the creek, not only from uranium, but other heavy metals. But uranium is our primary constituent at the site, and molybdenum. So at that time, we did have impacts to the creek. And so part of that violation, there were several corrective actions in the board order, but the main one was to get the mine pool pumped down to 150 feet, because that would make it 63 feet below the creek, which was determined to be sufficient to protect the creek. And and then it was supposed to establish this gradient away from the creek and toward the workings. And that was the purpose of this data, was to show that just based on the groundwater wells that we do have. And like I said, the operator did commit to installing another down gradient well just to further demonstrate this gradient, because I know our objecting parties have some concerns about that. And I know it's a really important thing for them, having a reservoir downstream. And so we just want to further demonstrate that that hydraulic gradient is being created by that 150-foot level. And that won't go in until next year, but just based on the data that we have, that's what we're seeing on this groundwater contour map.
If there's not any other questions before Amy moves on to the next topic, I just want to provide a little more context and framework as it relates to some of the concerns raised by Denver Water in their comments, and then also in the ripeness issue is to kind of, how the division approached or defined, for lack of a better term, physical and chemical stability. There's a few places in the division's rationale that I wanted to point out, because this physical chemical stability issues are interrelated, as we just discussed. One does lead to the other. On page 6 of the division's rationale, there is kind of a working definition of what, at least from the division's perspective, constituted a working definition of physical stability. And just to read an excerpt from that, it's physical stabilization referred to achieving a mine pool elevation below the regulatory limit of 150 feet below the elevation of the sea level. So obviously you've heard both of those, or all those terms throughout. That's through this process is where division started to look at, that constitutes achieving the physical stability of the mine pool. Their findings related to that are on page 8, and that, again, it relates to their ability to keep that mine pool at that regulatory limit. It's important to ensure compliance with the discharge permit and eliminate impacts to Ralston Creek. With respect to chemical stability, it's less of a definition, more of just an outline of the division's intent. It's on page 9 of the rationale. In reviewing and making findings related to chemical stability, it was based on the mine pool chemistry was acting in a more predictable manner and was adequate to maintain water quality compliance over the term. And Amy had a couple bullet points with that language in there. I'm highlighting that just to again frame the working definition, the working intent that the division had as they were reviewing this amendment. And again, their findings were on page 13 of the rationale. There's some important qualifying language in their findings that, again, the operators achieved chemical stability with respect to previous conditions. That's important language. It's included on purpose. That is, it's not a finding that it is stable such that there is an allowance for either a release from the permit or a potential release from bond. It's a finding that, prior to the transfer, CLL's provided information to the division to make that finding that it is more stable than it was prior to transfer.
So I have lots of questions. I appreciate kind of framing that so that it's not just a forever issue, but I guess my biggest concern is really, right, I work in abandoned mines and I see these 200 years after they were operated. So my concern is this more long-term issue that we might see the beginnings of now while the site is maintained. But I recognize that, this operator's only committed to 20 years of treatment, and that's fine, but what's going to happen after 20 years? What happens when the pumps shut off? I was looking at some background information prior to preparing for this, and USGS had a paper that they released in 2011, prior obviously to this transfer of ownership, and they were very concerned about the hydraulic conductivity of this whole area. Primarily, actually, their concerns were deep between the mine pool, kind of the bottom of the mine pool that you've mentioned, and downstream Ralston Creek. They were doing isotope analysis of uranium, trying to say, is this the same water that's within the mine that's showing up in the creek, and we're finding those connections. So I definitely appreciate that the hydraulic gradient has been adjusted during operation and during these pumps running. But again, once the pumps shut off, what happens? The other thing I'm concerned about is the effectiveness of this in situ treatment and the brine going back into the pool without a lot of long-term knowledge on how that's going to affect the chemistry either within the mine or of the surrounding groundwaters, because I assume there's some sort of, there's going to be some shallow groundwater at some point. Yeah, so I guess that's sort of a treatment decision that's already been made. But I'd love to hear again from the operator kind of what their anticipated impact in the long run of this brine within the system is. And then two, with the Steve level, are we sure there's no groundwater connection between the Steve level and kind of downstream areas? Can you speak to that maybe on this map or another data you have?
Yeah, the Steve level is dry.
It is dry.
Yeah, and when the mine pool was flooded, it wasn't being pumped, it wasn't being dewatered at all. So it was, I think, maybe 10 to 13 years after mining had ceased. And it, forget how long it took, I think 2000, so it took about 7 years for the mine pool, once they stopped dewatering, to reach static levels. And at that time, static levels were approximately 22 feet below Steve level. So they weren't even at it.
Okay.
But just as an additional protective measure, they went ahead and installed these hydraulic bulkheads in the Steve and the Pierce. Those are the two openings at that level. So we do have hydraulic bulkheads there just in case. But, the 150-foot level, we determined at some point that wasn't 100% sufficient, because like you said, you do still have some interaction with the alluvial system, even at 22 feet or so. And so that was the point of the 150 foot is, okay, we like the hydraulic bulkheads. That's a good contingency. But at the same time, we need to get the level lower just to keep it from interacting with that alluvial system. So it was,
Yeah, just to add on, if that mine, this is Michael Cunningham with the division, if the mine pool refilled, it hit Steve, but it wouldn't express out of Steve or Pierce because of the hydraulic bulkhead, but it would at that point have communication with the alluvium out there.
And then a question on that as well. I mean, you mentioned that currently there are 6 alluvial groundwater monitoring wells downstream of the site, but that the majority or all of them will be abandoned when the alluvial floor part of this project is completed. So relating to your previous answer just then, how are we going to monitor this with just one additional well downstream? And I don't know if that additional well is going to be in the alluvium or if it's going to be bedrock well.
no, it'll be a bedrock. The alluvial wells from the south waste rock pile down will be, so they're excavating the material around that. There was up to 30-foot depth of alluvial material. So as they excavated that material, I mean, most of the wells are pretty much inoperable at this point anyways. They're still reporting data, but we're gonna, there will be another revision where those are taken offline and properly abandoned because they're no longer, and I think there's some of the downgraded ones are still in effect. But what our primary way of monitoring that would be the creek. So we're still going to have the creek monitoring. We have six monitoring locations on the side and up gradient, and then there's several down gradient. So we have the discharge location at BPL, and then we also have another 4 locations down creek. So we would have that in place. I'm not ruling out having additional wells installed in the future either. I mean, just seeing on, I mean, this was kind of like a preliminary step. Like Jeff mentioned, we were just looking at, like, we had this violation, we had impacts occurring. We've gotten it under control. Let's just look at this data that we have. And that's what AM6 was about, is what has this new operator done since that? How have they mitigated, is the system, have they kept the level down? Are they keeping it under control and stable? Have there been any impacts? And we haven't seen any impacts. We haven't received any complaints downstream of impacts. We haven't seen any impacts from the mine pool. BPL has been compliant. So I guess I would just say that just based off of the data moving forward after this, it may be that additional wells are needed. I mean, maybe once they put the fill back in the valley, regrade that. I don't think they're planning on putting a lot of fill, but there will be clean fill placed and it'll be graded for positive drainage to the creek. It might be important depending, I mean, we don't have any facilities left in the valley. The plants up on the mesa. So there wouldn't be, the only things left in the valley once the contaminated alluvial has been removed would be the waste rock piles. So I do think it would be important to keep surface water monitoring stations there, just to ensure if we do see impacts, we can track back to where that might be coming from.
And just to add on, with those alluvial wells, there's a series of sumps that were down there that are being taken offline. So those sumps were previously collecting impacted water, moving through the alluvium, likely as a result of the mine pool being at the level that it was. That water would then get captured, pumped back up to the treatment system, treated and then discharged. Since they've been keeping the mine pool pumped well below the regulatory limit, these sumps are dry. So that's a good thing. It's showing that, we don't have water moving through this system from the mine pool anyways. There will be water in that alluvium in time when the bypass pipeline is taken off and creek flows are reestablished through there. And then a further check on, it's not a direct check on water quality, but, as they go through and excavate these impacted soils, they're doing radiometric surveys out there to show that they've actually gotten everything that they need to. So that would be the point when we've got clean surveys going through there, we can say, okay, now we're ready to move to the next step.
And that's in coordination with the health department too.
Yes.
They have a radiological,
That's under their
license for that,
radioactive
so-
materials license.
they're working with them on that project as well. And I think they have to do a final sign off once they complete their surveys.
That's good. And a few more based on your data. So if you can go, I think it's the next slide or.
Before you leave that, how deep are those alluvial wells and and I guess that creek bed, the alluvial essentially pinched out at the discharge.
Have to actually
It
pull it.
pitches out right at about the
Oh,
discharge
the allu-
point, yeah.
Right, it does pinch out and there is, it was, that was another reason why that most down gradient well, I think it was 7. Was like a compliance well because it captured the water that was in the alluvial system where it was kind of up, not really upwelling, but pinched, where the valley pinches out.
Yep.
And so it was a pretty good compliance location. But once those alluvial materials are removed, then we're going to be relying more on the surface water locations for that. Oh, and you had asked about the depths of the wells, and I would actually have to look in the file to get that, but I can get that if you,
The operator may be able to speak to
yeah,
that.
they
as well.
may be able to give you the ranges. I mean, we're pretty shallow, 50 feet or less on usually 20, 30 feet. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't have it in my
No, that's all
presentation
right.
materials, but
Just curiosity, I don't think it was.
yeah, the alluvium goes down to about 30 feet. So I would say most of them are 30 feet or less, actually. There are a few deeper wells in the valley, though, that were installed in 2012. Actually, do you want to pull up the ground? We have the groundwater well map, or that may be, I think it might, you know what? It might have been in my intro.
Yeah,
I think it was in my intro, but we did, so in 2012, we did have some additional wells installed to monitor some of those geological features, the fracture zones. And one of those features does kind of go through the valley, and we had a deeper well installed in that area. So we do have at least 1 or 2 deep wells in the valley as well.
That's good for that. Thank you.
Do you mind going back to some of your uranium data, I think specifically? Try to drag us through this, but if the goal, right, is an increased predictability of the mine pool chemistry. I don't see beautiful trends here. I see fluctuations that I would assume are kind of based more on kind of a winter, spring melt. Looking at some of the increases right around what December-ish. And then 2020 doesn't fit that mold either.
And this is the discharge. I just want to clarify.
Oh,
It's
this
not
is
the
the
mine pool.
discharge,
Yeah,
okay.
did you want to see the mine? pool?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, if you would.
I thought that was what you wanted to look at.
Thank you. Yeah, in the mine. Okay, well,
This one's a little more,
yeah, I see the same issues here.
Yeah.
And hearing the decrease in effectiveness of the in situ treatments, I understand that these complexes could be forming. We could be seeing some nice sludge and like doing its job. But I see an increasing trend over time. And I see that the in situ treatments aren't effective. So I worry about the predictability. If anything, I see the predictable increasing trend. concerning
And
here.
we don't, necessarily disagree or dispute that. Again, it's how we've viewed the intent of that requirement, which is predictable in a manner for how they're treating water out there. So yes, there are trends, but again, we need to acknowledge that the levels of these constituents are not above where they were at before they started treating water out there.
No, they aren't.
When we,
No.
if we're approaching that area, absolutely, that's cause for concern, discussion, and another look at the conceptual site model. But that's not where they're at. They're meeting discharge standards, they're in compliance, and we have confidence that what's out there right now is adequate to continue treating water in the manner that it is. And you're right, there's variability there, but I would argue that you're always going to have variability. You're going to have seasonal variability. We would have variability in these constituents, even if we weren't doing some of the additional measures that the operator is conducting out there. So it's tricky, it's challenging.
It is a challenging site, yeah.
And there's a statement in yours that says the operators say that the current treatment is robust enough to sustain more than 400% increase. So you reiterated, so you folks are comfortable with that? You believe the technology, I mean, proof is in the pudding, but
Yeah, and I think, we can look at, RO and IX treatment in general and how that performs and how it relates to the mine. And again, we have two different treatment trains that are available, and currently, we're utilizing one. So there is an additional backup out there that can be utilized.
You know,
so
the
I
IX
would hate
system,
to see things increase. They're still meeting their treatment by.
right, and they do have, they have been obviously an industrial, but high capacity reverse osmosis system, which I think the operator might could speak to it a little more. I know it's capable of treating brackish waters, which I believe is up to about 5,000 milligrams per liter, but maybe they can speak to that a little more. So, I mean, we're still at 3,000 right now. I know TDS is a big factor for that. Uranium, it's removing, I believe it's like 99% recovery. So it's still doing pretty good, even with our 20 milligrams. So just based on the data I've seen, I mean, like I said, I think there's some concern there on the in situ. Just I want to see more data. I want to see what happens in the upcoming year or two. And just see if this, sort of trend that notice where it kind of rebounds, and now we're not even getting the reduction before it rebounds. We're just kind of hanging out in the 15 to 20 milligram range from, you can see on there about May 2018 up to the end of the data. And so, if the operator's predictions are correct, then we wouldn't see much of an increase on that. But if we do start to see an increase, then we may need to reconsider a few things. I mean, even everything's on the table, the RO reject, the in situ treatments, possibly other treatment options, maybe using the IX system more, rather than, because you're dealing with a resin rather than, something you have to backfill into a mine. And I don't know if I should clarify on the.
I'm just gonna cut in here. I just want to remind the board, we have spent more time on questions than we have on presentation.
Okay.
They acknowledge this is a very complex issue. They acknowledge this is a process review, status check-in, procedural element. I think if, we still have 20 minutes presentation time left from the division. We haven't even heard yet from the applicants. So I think if we could possibly hear the information first and maybe then understand the questions better, fully acknowledging that this is complex, fully acknowledging that this is based on previous years of data. This is setting the operator up for future years of data collection, and that there is nothing definite being made here or concluded here or resolved here. I do not at all think that is the intent of this hearing right now. So I think if we could keep it within things that are actually answerable, or else we literally could be here for a really long time, because that's the kind of that's the kind of case we're dealing with right now. And I think everyone's acknowledging that. So if that's okay, I hate to cut you guys off, but let's hear the information and then hear more information and then ask questions.
Okay, with that, I'll go ahead and move on to the environmental protection plan section. And so the environmental protection plan for the site was last revised through TR 23, which was approved in 2017. And that was one of those other corrective actions from the board order. And that was a very in-depth EPP, and we approved it with a former amendment. But per the SO1 approval, they were required to update that as necessary, and they did do that through AM6. We didn't have any specifications on which portions of that EPP that was approved in 2017 needed to be updated. But they did update it to incorporate 3 newly identified environmental protection facilities. So through my review of AM6, I also identified the water treatment plant and the 2 bulkheads as environmental protection facilities. We already had the waste rock piles in the mine pool. So they updated those applicable sections. And move on. The operator also provided an updated emergency response plan. And this plan details procedures to be followed in the event of an emergency situation at the site, such as spills of hazardous materials, fires, or accidents. We received some concerns from objecting parties that the EPP does not specifically address potential impacts from climate change or wildfires. And EPP, per the active rules, the EPP is not required to include specific strategies for mitigating potential threats from climate change or wildfires. However, per Rule 6421, Parent 1, an EPP must describe how the operator will assure compliance with the provisions of the active rules in order to protect all areas that have the potential to be affected by designated chemicals, toxic or acid forming materials, or acid mine drainage, or that will be or have the potential to be affected by uranium mine. Additionally, the reclamation performance standards of Rule 3.1, as well as provisions of Rule 645 pertaining to the reclamation plan, 647 pertaining to water information, and 6.5 pertaining to geotechnical stability, ensure that affected lands are reclaimed to a stable configuration with minimal disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance. And slide 31 includes a list of some of the requirements for an EPP that are outlined in Rule 6421. And I wasn't going to read through these. I just wanted you to see some of the items that have to be addressed by the operator. And the 2017 EPP that was submitted in combination with the updated one that we reviewed in AM6 did address all of these requirements. And some of the protective measures and or contingencies in place at the site, which would be helpful in the event of an emergency situation, include this separate access road through the White Ranch open space. So if the main access road is inaccessible as it was after the 2013 flood, they do have this other option. Now, as Michael mentioned earlier, it gets a little tricky because it's more on foot or off-road vehicles, but transporting chemicals for in situ treatment obviously is a little harder. But as far as operating the plant and doing the monitoring and whatnot, that access can be used for that. They also have remote monitoring capabilities. They maintain this 20-foot buffer. The operator also retains this 25 horsepower intake pump, just in case they need to use that one if there's issues with a 60 horsepower pump. And they did use that. I believe it was in April of 2020. And the 25 horsepower pump alone can dewater the mine pool as it did initially. The operator's ability to bring the water treatment plant online in as little as 4 days if necessary. The operational strategy, which is seasonal. So the plan is offline when the access to the site is a little less restrictive. Online, sorry. It's online when it's less restrictive. The ability to use other mine openings as an alternative RO reject injection in case there are any issues with the current infrastructure. They also have this upgradient cutoff wall and bypass pipeline to divert creek flows when needed. And they're proposing to keep that in place. Of course, we need to work through some things, make sure that that's okay with the Army Corps. And additionally, there's also this line stormwater diversion channel that was installed on the North Waste Rock pile. So all of these things are protective measures and contingencies that could help in the event of an emergency situation. And I also wanted to note that while access to the site was limited for a period of time after the 2013 flood event, site features such as the 2 waste rock piles actually held up really well. And I think we discussed this earlier that it was about a 1,000-year flood, and those piles were stable during that event. There were no significant erosion issues. No significant issues observed at the site during that time. DRMS determined that the updated sections of the EPP in combination with the information provided in the 2017 EPP satisfied the requirements of Rule 6421. Additionally, the EPP has been updated as required by Condition 2 of SO1 approval. And this concludes the EPP section. Are there any questions on the EPP?
I
Okay.
don't want to discourage you from asking
Yeah.
relevant questions, which is like getting into
Too late to say that now.
waters. We can still ask questions. I'm just trying to.
Slide 34 begins a section on issue 5 regarding the reclamation plan. So condition 2 of SO1 approval required the operator to submit an updated reclamation plan. It did not specify which portions of the approved reclamation plan required updating. But since SO1 was approved in 2018, there have been several revisions that we've approved, including a handful of technical revisions. We also approved amendment number 5 prior to AM6 submittal. And we also had an updated reclamation plan in AM6. And the updated plan that was submitted in AM6 mainly focused on how to reclaim the remaining disturbed lands in the valley, the 7 acres, and how they'll be graded, retopsoil, revegetated, and also included how the additional contaminated alluvial soils that are left to be excavated will be managed. This updated plan also addressed the long-term management of the mine pool. And AM6 does not propose an increase in affected lands or a change in the currently approved post-mining land use, which is wildlife habitat. So the proposed long-term strategy for managing the mine pool includes the continuation of a seasonal pump treat regime to keep the mine pool below the regulatory limit. The pumped water is treated with the on-site RO and IX systems, then discharged to Ralston Creek at the permitted outfall. The mine pool will continue to receive periodic in situ treatments, as mentioned earlier. And this proposed strategy has been successfully implemented at the site for the past 4 years. DRMS believes that this proposed strategy is an acceptable plan for the long-term management of the contaminated mine pool and will ensure disturbances to the prevailing hydrologic balance are minimized in accordance with Rule 316, especially compared with the previous conditions in which the mine workings were flooded and discharging to the creek with no prior treatment. But I just wanted to add that we will continue to review the data as we move forward and determine if any adjustments need to be made. So the surface reclamation at the site is expected to be completed in 2023. Of course, we'll need some additional time for establishing revegetation. And the division determined that the updated reclamation plan that was submitted in AM6 did satisfy all the applicable requirements of Rules 3 and 645. And additionally, the plan has been updated as required by condition number 2 of SO1 approval. And that concludes my section on the reclamation plan. I won't ask for any questions.
I do have one short
You
one.
can
No, short, I promise.
Once I conclude I think we have 2 sections left, so maybe once I've completed that, if there are any questions. There. Okay, so slide 39 begins the section on issue number 6 regarding the reclamation bond. AM6 does not propose an increase in affected lands. As I mentioned in the previous section, this updated reclamation plan included details on how the disturbed lands in the valley will be reclaimed after the alluvial excavation project is completed. And it also addresses the long-term management of the mine pool, including continuing the seasonal pump treat regime to keep the mine pool below the regulatory limit. The reclamation bond for the Schwarzwalder mine must cover operation of water treatment plant or operations of the water treatment plant for a period of 20 years. This was agreed to by the operator during the permit transfer in 2018. This is what we're considering as long-term in this case. Based on the updated reclamation plan that was provided in AM6, the division determined the currently held financial warranty amount is sufficient for completing all surface reclamation at the site. And we continue to evaluate the cost for the long-term operation of the water treatment plant. Of course, given the complex nature of the site and the inherent uncertainties involved with calculating costs for managing a mine pool for an extended period of time, this amount must be frequently reevaluated to ensure it reflects current site conditions. It's important to note that DRMS approval of AM6 does not constitute an approval of the operator's bond estimate provided in Exhibit L of the application. Per Rule 6412, Parent 1, an operator must provide all information necessary to calculate the cost of reclamation, and the division reviews this information provided and performs its own calculation based on the costs that would be incurred by the state in the event of forfeiture. A reduction in the reclamation bond cannot be approved through the amendment process. That would need to be done through the surety reduction process, which has a separate public notice comment period. And that completes my section on reclamation bond.
Before we move on, just quickly.
Okay, yeah.
Again, obviously, financial warranty is one of the more important components of permitting with the state and ensuring there's adequate bond to cover the costs if they're needed. I just want to inform the board, the division is still working through their bond calculation. They do plan on meeting with the operator further to discuss that. Also, the stakeholders have been involved in discussions related to bond as well. So it is in process. As Amy outlined in the slide, that's something that we're just requesting the board grant some time for the division to work through what is a complicated bond calculation.
So begin the section on issue number 7 regarding other agency involvement. DRMS oversees all mining operations in the state of Colorado. And there are other agencies on the local, state, and federal level that also have regulations pertaining to mining operations. However, all mining operations conducted in the state do require a permit from DRMS, which includes a reclamation plan that meets all requirements of the acting rules, and a performance warranty and a financial warranty for completing reclamation of the site in accordance with the approved plan. In their objection letter, the city of Arvada expressed concerns that we did not consult with their office, the CDPHE, and the EPA in our review of AM6. Notice of AM6 was sent to multiple local, state, and federal agencies in accordance with Act and rules, including to CDPHE and to the city of Arvada. CDPHE did not submit comments on AM6. The city of Arvada did submit comments, and these comments were reviewed and considered by the division in its review of AM6, and the application was revised to address some of their concerns. The operator maintains various permits, licenses, and approvals for the site from different agencies as listed in Exhibit M of the application. The operator has a discharge permit from Water Quality Control Division, a radioactive materials license from the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division of the CDPHE. They also have a Class 5 injection well rule authorization from the EPA. Therefore, CDPHE and the EPA have regulatory oversight of aspects of the operation, as well as several other agencies. Additionally, DRMS provides an update on site conditions and activities to Water Quality Control Division every year in accordance with Senate Bill 181. So they are aware of site conditions. DRMS did not believe it was appropriate or necessary to meet with CDPHE or the EPA in order to approve Amendment 6. This does not mean that consultation with other agencies will not occur prior to considering final release of the permit. DRMS has met with City of Arvada and Denver Water multiple times over the years to discuss the site, including some on-site meetings. And also a joint meeting was held with all parties early in the division's review of Amendment 6. And DRMS will continue to provide notice to City of Arvada and Denver Water of any amendments or surety reduction requests submitted for the site. This was per an agreement through the permit transfer. And actually that completes my section on other agency involvement. Slide 47 includes staff's recommendation to the board which is to approve the 112D2 permit amendment application AM6 for the Schwartzwalder Mine, permit number M 1977-300. And this concludes the staff presentation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have about any of the sections at this time.
You have two short ones. I
Okay.
promise they're short. For the next in situ treatment, do you know when that's going to occur?
I don't at this time. They just, the last one they completed was September 2021, and they've been doing them on a every 2 to 3 year schedule.
Okay.
So I would think as early as next year, but maybe 2024. Perhaps the applicant can give you some idea of that. But we don't have a specified deadline. It's just as needed.
Okay.
And they have an algorithm they use for the uranium. I think I didn't have it in the rationale, but it was in the application on when it's needed to go out to do another treatment.
And then my second one is about the reclamation bond. Did I understand correctly that the bond that's in place is just for surface reclamation?
No, so, well, do you want me to speak to this? Or- Okay, I know the bond is a big issue too. So the bond that we have in place now, I mean, we did go back and forth with the operator through the adequacy review process to include operation and maintenance of the water treatment plant over a 20-year period. So the costs that are there, I mean, we have our own costs, you know, as we calculate the bond, it's most likely going to be higher than what the operator provided, but we did have some back and forth on that. So I would say we don't have any immediate concerns about that. We also have 10 years for the in situ treatment at this time, which was the agreed time period for whenever we did the SO1. So I would say the current bond is pretty close, most likely, but I do think there's going to be a few items that we may want to reassess just with the rising costs. So
But yeah,
Is that-
it includes both
20
components,
years. Yeah.
treating the mine pool and surface reclamation.
Okay, that was my question. But
Sorry.
both sides. Perfect. That's great.
And this is Russ Means for the division. I think it's important to note that that 20-year period for the bond, we're not like in year 4 or 5 of the 20-year period. Year 1 would be if there was a default. So it's really important and we periodically update these. And with a complex bond like this, you know, with other mines and stuff like that, it took almost a year to do something for Climax, and we're working on, have a group working on it for CC&B. Very complex, and a lot of back and forth conversations and stuff with the operator. And I know in our conversations and stuff with the different water and stuff, they had some concerns and stuff that popped up on our radar and stuff that we want to explore further too as well. So it's an ongoing conversation.
Other questions for the division's introduction presentation? Okay. Tammy, checking in with you here. I'm pretty sure everyone could probably use a bit of a break. I think also maybe time to do a quick work, not a working lunch, but lunch. If that's okay, given that the applicant is up next, I just want to always be fair that, you know, no one's feeling like they got cut off here in a process or anything. Would it be okay with the applicant if we resumed after lunch?
That would be great. Thank you.
Is that okay? Do we need a half an hour, like shooting for 12:05-ish? Do we need more time than that? 12:05-ish? Is that okay? Kind of a true half hour once everyone gets organized? Is that okay with everyone on the Zoom call as well? Come back at 12:05? And then we'll kick off with the presentation from the applicant.
That's
Yeah.
good for us.
Okay, sounds good. We just have to, you're on Zoom, feel free to leave or mute yourself or do whatever you need to do. We just need to deal with our technical side here. So Cammy, let us know when you're ready. All right, quick audio check from anyone on the screen there. If you can let me know. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you.
Thumbs up. Great. Thank you. Hey, if any of those who intend to present from the applicant are on, you are welcome to start your 20-minute presentation.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Jim Harrington. I'm with Colorado Legacy Land. I wanted to ask first, do you want me to give my presentation or answer questions that were raised and deferred from DRMS's presentation first?
I think do the presentation first, and if then we still have any outstanding questions, we can ask that. Thanks for that.
Okay. All right, my name is Jim Harrington. I'm with Colorado Legacy Land, but I'm also CEO of Insero Solutions. In that role, I have expertise in mine closure and remediation, water treatment, and have done a number of in situ treatment projects over the years. And I want to describe some of that to you just by way of introduction. I do also have with me, as mentioned before, attorneys from Kaplan, Kirsch, and Rockwell, who may also speak, Polly Jessen, Bob Randall, and Brandon Ratner. So in my 30 years of working in mine remediation and other industrial remediation, I've taken on some of the toughest mining cleanup challenges. And some that you might know, I worked on the Aaron Brockovich site to try to solve the chromium contamination there. I've worked at the Hanford facility up in Washington, dealing with a variety of nuclear and other heavy metal issues. And I've now worked at more than 60 different mines, both in North America and internationally. My particular expertise is in the area where microbiology, chemistry, and geology come together to support remediation. Within Colorado, Insero Solutions, which I lead, is known best for installing the water treatment facility that operates at the Gladstone site for the Gold King mine cleanup. And we built that treatment facility in 21 days after the spill happened, and have been operating it there successfully since that time. Some that also may know the Gloveville smelter site here in the Denver location. My company was involved in the cleanup of that facility, and which is now the Crossroads Commerce Park, 51st in Washington. So I just say that by way of background, so you understand where I'm coming from and some of the history of sites I've taken on. We also do support a number of government projects, both in US and Canada, as well as some volunteer operations and mine cleanups. And Lauren, I think we've worked for you at the Ballarat site, and we've also worked for Forest Service on a number of abandoned mines as well. So we do have a passion for that kind of cleanup, and want to be seen as someone that is cleaning up the environment, not someone that is involved in creating the problem in the first place. I do have a presentation I want to share. See if I can make sure I can get it up on the screen here. Hopefully you can all see this now.
Yes.
So the way my Zoom operates, my speaker pictures are covering up some of the slide here, but hopefully you can see the relevant portions. As you know, the Schwarzwälder mine site has a long history. It's noted for its very high concentrations of uranium in the ground compared to crustal concentrations. And that's why there's a mine here. And it was discovered in the late 1940s and operated until around 2000. I got involved with the site in 2012 when Cotter had been ordered to dewater the mine and to perform in situ treatment at the site. And ultimately took over the site in 2018, which is why we have a succession of operator requirements here that we're here to discuss. As we got involved at the site, our initial involvement was to help dewater the mine in 2013. And one of the things I wanted to mention is that there was a question about the flood that occurred there. The road to the site was entirely washed out, and the only way that there was access to the site until 2016 was through the open space road, which had limited access. And so I just wanted to explain that a big part of what Cotter struggled with was getting the ability to access the site to build the water treatment facility until 2016. They contracted with my company in 2017 to build the water treatment facility, which was successful at dewatering the mine in 2017. And that was when the mine first achieved the discharge or the reduced level 150 foot below the Steve level. And as I mentioned before, you know, as CLL, we have not mined the facility here. It is strictly a Cotter that created the mess. We're not the polluter, but we are a group that's trying to do our best to clean up the site and to maintain the site in a compliant manner. And I do want to mention before I launch into some of the detailed questions that since we took over the site, we have always maintained compliance with our discharge permit, and we always have maintained the uranium concentrations in the stream at the edge of the property at the drinking water standard. That's a very important statement for me to make, and it is something that wasn't true in the previous 12 years that Cotter was running the site. And so I'd like to just focus on that because we are a company that's looking to be 100% in compliance with all of our permits. I want to first address some of the issues that DRMS has already covered, but I want to add a few pieces of relevant information, and starting with the conceptual site model. In compliance with our succession of operator requirements, we created a site conceptual model in 2018. We hired an expert company and a professional geologist there, Brent Johnson, who created the first conceptual site model in 2018. We presented that conceptual site model to DRMS, to Denver Water, to Arvada, and we took comments and criticism at that point and continued to update the site model since that time. Subsequently, in January of 2021, we presented an updated model and we again took additional discussion at that point and have continued to update it as new information has come in. The conceptual site model that you have in front of you now in your packet is the one that was produced in May of 2022. And as I say, it has the benefit of receiving all of those comments and suggestions from the parties that are in front of you today. We agree with how DRMS characterized the site conceptual model as appropriate for the period of time where the performance of the remedy is in operation, especially as respect to the mine pool. There are some ongoing remediation reclamation activities in the valley, and those we are continuously collecting data, and we'll use those to update the site conceptual model again as that work is completed. As you know, conceptual site models are updated when new information comes in that materially changes or advances the understanding of the site in support of remedial decision making. It's not documenting knowledge for knowledge's sake, but is a summary of necessary information to support the assessment of whether the management strategy and the remediation strategy of the site is protecting the environment. At this site, the management of the remediation strategy to protect the environment relies on removal of the source in the valley bottom, which is an ongoing project, and further is relying on the water treatment process that we have operated at the facility, which includes active mine water treatment, discharge of that treated water to Ralston Creek, and maintenance of the mine pool, as we'll discuss further. We believe the site conceptual model that we've presented is appropriate to evaluate whether or not this strategy is protective of the environment. And we have presented the site conceptual model in such a way that we, as a site operator and the relevant regulators and stakeholders, can assess the effectiveness of this strategy. We have reviewed the guidelines for this conceptual site model. We've listened to the information requests, and we've continued to update it. It is something that we will continue to update as those additional information come in over the next few years. I want to shift now and discuss somewhat more on the physical stability of the mine and how we know it's physically stable. One of the things we looked at in the site conceptual model is how and to what extent the mine pool management protects the stream and the surrounding groundwater facilities. Said simply, we want to make sure that the mine gradient is lowered such that all the surrounding groundwater wells are at a higher gradient, a higher head or pressure. And as long as the mine pool is maintained in that lower gradient, water flows toward the mine and not away from the mine. You cannot have water flow out of a mine when all the surrounding groundwater wells and stream are at a higher pressure. And we believe that that is the information that we have documented for the site for the last 5 years that we have been involved. It's a very important point, and so I want to talk a little bit more about how we know that the mine is operating and is an inward gradient. The mine is currently situated with all of its openings at about 6,600 feet to 6,800 feet. That's more than 1,500 feet above the level of Denver. The mine, as we mentioned, though, is more than 2,000 feet deep, and therefore more than 600 feet below the elevation of Denver is where the bottom of this mine sits. It's appropriate to think about this mine as equivalent to a deep groundwater well. And as we depress the water levels in that, it creates a drawdown curve around the mine that is protective of the resources around it. We have looked at all of the deep groundwater wells surrounding the mine, and they all have an elevated water level compared to this water in the mine. The graph that's on the screen right now that you can see represents the period of time that we have operated the facility. And you can see throughout the entire time, we have maintained this level below the level of the regulatory requirement. And we are now operating in a stable, regular configuration of about 4.5 to 6 months of operating period in the summertime and shut down for the winter where the mine refills. As I mentioned before, we are looking at all the water levels in the groundwater wells around it. One of the questions that was raised was what are the elevations of the groundwater screens around it. So I'm just going to point out a few wells. If you can see my cursor to the south and east, sorry, south and west, there are some wells there that monitor the groundwater elevations in that side. MW 14 and 15 on the eastern side were specifically put in to address the question, Lauren, that you raised earlier about could groundwater escape the site to the east and affect Ralston Creek, which is down gradient to the east here, or was recharge happening along the Ralston Creek Valley, and so there were some wells that were put in along the valley here, both shallow alluvial wells and deep bedrock wells. And in every case, and when we look at also the stream elevations, which represent a constant head boundary, all of these surrounding groundwater resources have a higher elevation and have been maintained at a higher elevation than the mine pool itself. This gives us assurance that there is a constant removal of water into the mine and not a discharge of water from the mine. Only through the water treatment facility is water currently leaving the mine, and that's been the case the entire time that we've owned the site. It's important to say that the chemical and physical stabilization of the site are intertwined. And we've heard some discussion already, and I would like to add to it. The water treatment facility operates and discharges in compliance with drinking water standards. So all the water we have discharged from the site has consistently been below 0.03 milligram per liter, which is the drinking water standard for the federal MCL. And we have operated the treatment facility on a continuous basis through the entire period in compliance with that. I did want to say, even though 2021 may have had the highest uranium concentrations during the time that we've owned the site, and I'll get into the history, we still had the lowest discharge concentrations of uranium during that year. And so one of the questions that was asked is, to what extent could uranium concentrations go higher and the RO still perform at an acceptable level? We believe that this data in 2021 shows that the RO facilities alone are capable of handling the uranium concentrations that are currently there. And based on membrane calculations, we believe the concentrations could go as much as 4 times higher without having any levels close to the MCL. This is not relying on the ion exchange units for water treatment, strictly based on the RO performance itself. I want to talk a little bit more about how RO works because it's an integral part of how we're maintaining compliance at the site. So the RO works to take solids that are in the mine water. It's brought in under pressure. It goes across the membrane, and the RO permeate going out is clean and low dissolved solids. The physical solids that are in the water to begin with are returned back to the mine. This is not injecting a new brine in the mine. It is simply keeping the same mass that started in the mine within the mine. This is really important in understanding how the total dissolved solids is compared to the pre-RO operation and the post-RO operation. In a subsequent slide, I'll talk about how the dissolved solids have not changed as a result of this operation. We have operated the site for 4 years of data that we've presented. We operated again in 2022 successfully for a similar time period, about 4.5 months. And every year we've drawn down the mine and been able to operate the facility at the uranium concentrations coming in and to achieve discharge in compliance with our discharge permit. We have also, as mentioned, injected barium chloride into the RO concentrate as a way of continuing to remove radium, which is one of the constituents of concern in the mine. And we've periodically used in situ treatment as a way of reducing the uranium concentrations and other metals in the mine pool. I do want to make a few comments about in situ treatment though. Where we utilize organic carbon, it has initially been for the purpose of reducing uranium concentrations. And as shown in previous slides by DRMS, the uranium concentrations in the initial in situ treatment were reduced in the water that was measured, which is the upper water in the mine workings, to around 3 milligrams per liter. I want to emphasize though that in situ treatment with organic materials is no longer primarily for the purpose of reducing uranium concentrations, but instead to create and maintain an anoxic condition within the mine workings. Maybe a few comments. When Cotter was operating the site, they were blowing air into the mine as a way of reducing the radon concentration so people could walk into the mine. And their strategy of operating the treatment facility relied on people to access the site by going underground in the mine on a fairly frequent basis. Since we installed the deep pumps within the Jeffrey Air shaft, we have not needed to go inside the mine for any reason. And our intention is to no longer blow air into the mine. And so as we've sealed up the mine and have stopped having to go into the mine, the amount of oxygen in the mine has decreased to the point that the amount of in situ treatment required is now less and less. One of the things that I want to talk about is the purest comparison, I think, of how the ROs and the current water treatment strategy is affecting the mine water. I mentioned radium already. What you can see is the water chemistry on the extreme right side of the graph here, or the table here, represents the mine water for over 100 samples that were measured in the 2000-2007 timeframe. And you can see that the radium concentrations then were substantially higher than they are for the period of time that we have operated the site. In addition to that, the uranium concentrations on average during the time of the mine refill is approximately 3 times higher than the concentration of uranium during the time that we have been operating the site. There have been a few metals, such as iron and arsenic, that are recognized to be somewhat higher solubility during an anaerobic or in an anaerobic environment. But what I want to emphasize is that these concentrations are not a challenge for the RO system to continue to maintain their removal and to produce discharge compliant water. You can see the total dissolved solids in the pre-RO period, the 2000 to 2007 period. The concentrations were around 2,900. Even with the return of all the mass coming from the mine into the RO systems, we have not increased the total dissolved solids in the mine. I believe this is because we have maintained this anaerobic environment in the mine. What we have done, though, is we have somewhat changed the amount of sulfate in the water. The sulfate in the water has gone down approximately 300 milligrams per liter, while the bicarbonate in the mine has come up about 300 milligrams per liter. This is the result of in situ treatment. This is good because it shows that we are maintaining an anaerobic environment where sulfate reducing conditions are expected. What this does, though, is that in an anaerobic environment, uranium can still have some solubility as bicarbonate is a little bit higher. What we do know, though, is based on this bicarbonate concentration, the uranium concentrations that we see in the mine are at the thermodynamic solubility constraint that you would predict based on equilibrium models. So we don't expect that the uranium concentrations will materially change with ongoing management of the system in this anaerobic state. However, we don't intend to keep using anaerobic technology and in situ treatment technology the same way we historically had to gain an anaerobic condition in the mine. We now look at it more as maintaining what we have already won. I like to think of this as we've put the mine to bed and now it's a matter of keeping the baby asleep.
Just a quick question. How far along in your presentation are you? Because you're at 21 minutes already.
I have 2 more comments to make, so maybe 2 more minutes.
Okay, sounds good. Fair enough.
The ion exchange system that we have described in the plant, as I said, we have not needed to rely on that for any of the water treatment chemistry that we've achieved in the site. So any polishing the ion exchange treatment system could give us has not been the basis for how we've operated the site up till now. It's an entirely redundant system and could be added if needed, if the ROs get challenged by higher uranium concentrations. So in summary, regarding the physical and chemical stability, I think what we have shown here is that what the data show is that there's no way for the water to exit the mine except through our treatment system, which we operate for half the year. And the RO plant is more than capable of maintaining its efficient operations with the mine chemistry as it is now on a bulk basis and on a specific constituent basis. We've done the right amount and the right type of in situ treatment to keep the relevant constituents at a concentration that the ROs can handle. I also want to briefly mention two other aspects that have been raised. One is the tracer tests that were done, which added tracers high in the mine and low in the mine, were done for several reasons. But one of the key things is that it shows that all of the mine is receiving groundwater from the outside, not leaking the other way around. No tracer has been lost from the mine. And what we can also say is that roughly half of the water comes from the bottom half of the mine. One of the USGS issues that Lauren, you mentioned was a concern that maybe the deep mine was leaking groundwater. And what we can say based on the tracer results is that there is an upward gradient in the mine and water flows in from below the 1100 level up toward the pump. And so we can say with certainty that there is not a discharge from the mine into deep groundwater as well. And last, I do want to mention, we are not here to try to reduce our bond or to change the amount of financial assurance that is held. The purpose of this hearing from our perspective was because there was a few questions raised at the initial time when the succession of operator letter was approved. And the questions there that were raised primarily by Denver Water was about, was our strategy appropriate for the site? We believe that what we're showing here today in Amendment 6 is that the strategy that is being utilized at the site is appropriate for now and for the long term as defined by the next 20 years. That is what we are being asked to show in these conditions, and we believe we have provided you the relevant information to demonstrate that. We also believe the conceptual site model that we have produced is appropriate to evaluate the site in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay, thank you. It doesn't look like there's any questions at the moment. Right, we will move on then to a presentation. So this is 55 minutes, 25 allocated to Denver Water and 30 to City of Arvada. I'm not sure which one of you have plans or orchestrated who's going first. Are we going with Denver Water first?
Yes, it's my understanding. Daniel Arnold, attorney for Denver Water. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, I think that's the best I'll be able to do there. So before I get going, I just want to note that on the Zoom, there's a window that appears that's labeled TM642. That's Denver Water and our staff and experts that are here on site for the record. And then I'm also have my camera open on Zoom as well to share my presentation. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to thank the MLRB for the opportunity to appear today and discuss our objections further and present our testimony. I also want to thank the RMS staff. While we are not in agreement on all issues, DRMS staff have been extremely professional throughout this permit amendment process, and they are dedicated public servants. This is an extremely complex site that presents complicated issues and questions. I'm going to introduce the witnesses that Denver Water will be presenting today, and then I'm going to give a few brief remarks. We'll be providing testimony from Nicole Poncelet-Johnson, Denver Water's Director of Water Quality Treatment. And Ms. Poncelet-Johnson will be testifying as to the location of Denver Water's facilities, its critical drinking water facilities in proximity to the mine site, and the impact of the mine, the potential impact of the mine on those water treatment operations for our customers. Denver Water will also be presenting testimony for Dr. Jennifer Nyman regarding data gaps that appear in the chemical stability of the mine pool, and also she'll be providing testimony regarding items in the financial warranty that Denver Water believes need to be adjusted to account for increased costs. This slide here is actually a view of Ralston Reservoir, which is just downstream of the Short Swallow mine, approximately 2.5 miles. So Denver Water is concerned about Permit Amendment 6 because it really is unclear to us what the approval today means with regard to the next steps. and what those next steps are. And specifically with regard to the conceptual site model, Denver Water's position is that treatment is a critical component here, and there is good treatment there on site. But it is equally important to have a good model that both the operator and DRMS can rely on to scientifically understand the mine pool, evaluate trends, and make changes so that you can plan for treatment accordingly. And we agree with DRMS that the mine pool will never be a drinking water source. But we are concerned that as that mine pool continues to change with the current treatment approach over the long term, it's going to have an impact on treatment operations and costs. Right now, we agree that the treatment is capable of discharging in accordance with discharge permits, but we have our doubts over the long term. Also, with regard to the conceptual site model, we do want to recognize that CLL, the operator, has made a great deal of progress since on the development and updating of its conceptual site model since it was first presented with its permit amendment. And we applaud CLL's commitment to install a new bedrock monitoring well down gradient of the mine site to better understand whether all mine pool water is being captured. But Denver Water witnesses will testify that we continue to see significant data gaps in our understanding of the stability of the chemistry of the mine pool. And it's critical to fill those data gaps so that we can, again, plan for the best treatment decisions and avoid making mistakes. And finally, Denver Water will be, as I mentioned, presenting testimony regarding the financial warranty and adjustments that it believes need to be made. So with that, I'm going to turn our presentation over to Nicole Poncelet-Johnson.
Thank you, Dan. Again, my name is Nicole Poncelet-Johnson. I'm the Director of Water Quality and Treatment with Denver Water. I have 30 years of experience in the construction, operation, and management of water and wastewater treatment facilities here in Colorado and across other parts of the nation. Real briefly, Denver Water provides water to 1.5 million customers in the Denver metro area. As identified in this map, the gray area represents the city and county of Denver, as well as some of our suburbs around the Denver metro area, the light green area. So again, 1.5 million people affected by the quality of the water that we produce. Denver Water gets its water from two major watershed systems, one we call the North System and another that we call the South System. Of note here, the North System includes the Upper Williams Fork, South Boulder Creek, and Ralston Creek watersheds, which feed into our Moffett water treatment plant seen here. And within 2 years, we will finish the construction of our North Water Treatment Plant, which sits at the base of Ralston Reservoir. We also collect and provide water from the South Platte, Upper Blue River basins into our two treatment plants for Foothills and Marston. So a large series of watersheds and reservoirs and treatment plants that do provide water to the 1.5 million residents. Of specific note and concern to us is Ralston Creek, which is seen here. Ralston Creek flows directly into Ralston Reservoir, which we have an intake, which we take directly off of Ralston right into Moffett Water Treatment Plant. Moffett Water Treatment Plant is capable of treating for uranium and radium-226. However, as seen in the 2013 floods, we saw uranium levels increase above 10 micrograms per liter for several months. as a result of that flooding, washing and stirring up sediments in that watershed basin. It ultimately created higher finished water uranium levels leaving the treatment plants because along with that flooding, it increased turbidities, and we saw a reduction in treatment efficiency from 100% down to 60%. So even if radium and uranium levels are low, over time they do tend to accumulate in these watersheds. The half-life of radium being 1,600 years and the half-life of uranium being 4.5 billion years, these things tend to accumulate in the solids, and they can be stirred up and then captured in the water that is provided to our treatment plants. So again, we do have a concern about the overall water quality and amount of radionuclides that are fed into the Ralston Reservoir area. Overall, we have Denver Water would challenge that there is chemical stability in the mine pool. We continue to see a trend that goes upwards, and Dr. Nyman will discuss that here shortly. But overall, when that material, and as noted per the 2013-2016 road failures in the road, so people could not reach that mine, that those are opportunities where there's an event at the mine where the water leaving the mine can impact the watershed and make its way to Ralston Reservoir. And that's where our concern is. We continue to see this increase in uranium, and our concern is for that long-term picture of how that uranium might eventually make its way to our reservoirs and impact public health, because there are times when our treatment cannot remove 100% of the uranium, or these radioactive nuclides actually end up in our solids, and the cost to dispose of solids that have higher levels of radionuclides beyond just those that allow us to use it for beneficial reuse is about 5 to 6 times the normal cost. So our residents either pay through public health issues or through costs related to disposal. And so that's why we were very much vested and concerned about the overall chemical stability and the rising uranium levels in the mine pool. And with that, I would pass it along to Dr. Nyman.
I'm Jennifer Nyman with Geosyntec Consultants, and I've worked throughout my career on the characterization and treatment of uranium and other metals. And my PhD was actually on the uranium bioreduction treatment approach that has been used with the organic carbon dosing at this site. So I want to talk first about the graph that you already saw, which is on the next slide, reproduced. And these are uranium concentrations over time in the mine pool. Both total and dissolved uranium concentrations are shown. And as you can see from the linear trend line, there's a definite increasing trend to the uranium concentrations. And the trend line does start on this graph back at the beginning, back in 2012. If we were to do the same analysis starting in 2018, when CLL took over, the trend would also be very clearly an increasing trend. The organic carbon dosings are also shown with dashed lines on this slide, and CLL already indicated that these organic carbon dosings are no longer working to decrease uranium concentrations in the mine pool. So we're really concerned that given this increasing trend, there's discussion about the mine pool being considered stable. There's uncertainty about why this trend is increasing. CLL has indicated that any reason they would give at this time would be speculative. So given the uncertainty, given the changing and increasing concentration trends, we certainly don't see this as a stable and well-characterized mine pool. Other thing I wanted to note, CLL did bring up that calcium and bicarbonate can form a complex with uranium, and that can inhibit its bioreduction. They are not the only constituents, though, that influence the extent of uranium bioreduction, and that kind of speciation and thermodynamics is also dependent heavily on things like EH and pH, other things that should be considered given the complexity of this pool. Now, I'd like to walk through 3 examples of areas where we feel that the mine pool is not characterized sufficiently. These are data gaps with respect to the mine pool that we think are important. The first is the effect of continuously re-injecting the reverse osmosis concentrate has not been determined. So you've seen this figure shown on the slide where CLL is pumping out of the mine pool, treating above ground, and then re-injecting waste from the RO system as well as other waste back into the mine pool. However, it's re-injected at the 1100 level. And as you can see from this table, the 1100 level, as well as the levels above and below it, have a finite volume. The 1100 level, for example, has about an estimated 10 million cubic feet of volume. And the question is, when will these voids fill up or otherwise become clogged and this re-injection process no longer be sustainable? I think currently the injection volume annually is around 3 million cubic feet. And so the 1100 level may have already filled up, for example, and other levels above and below it may also be filling. The waste does have some solids and is denser than the pool. And then there's a current treatment approach where precipitates are being induced. So the solids are being formed in the mine pool. So can these solids at some point block one of the mine voids? Or is there some other mechanism where a mine void could be blocked, for example, just for the fact of this being an aged former mine? The second question is where groundwater in and around the lower adits in the mine migrates. So on the next slide is a cross-section of the former mine. As has already been discussed, this former mine goes to a depth of more than 2,200 feet. On the next slide, we added a little icon showing the approximate depth of the pump, which is at 410 feet below Steve level. And the adits below the pump location are a very complex set of conduits that vary by the level. And we haven't seen a demonstration yet that pumping at this relatively shallow level can affect the adits that are much deeper. Note that there is not currently any monitoring at the lower adits. On this cross-section are shown some lines representing the monitoring wells on the upper left-hand side. You can see MW 13, 14, and 15, and they are not even close to the depth of the lower depths of the mine. And there are no transducers or any other kind of monitoring in the lower depths of the mine. And the hydraulic gradient is shown on this slide, the estimated lateral hydraulic gradient, which is, I believe, approximately west to east. So it may be that there's contaminated water in the lower levels that is migrating through bedrock and down gradient. I know that earlier you heard that there was an estimated 31 gallons per minute being pumped from the lower levels. My understanding is that that 31 gallons per minute is water being pumped from below the pump location. I'm not sure that it necessarily represents water being pumped all the way down to 2,200 feet below ground surface. This graph shows an aerial view of the mine adits. It only covers from the surface to the 700 level, not all the way to the bottom of the mine. But I think this is a really good illustration of the complexity of the adits. It shows just how many twists and turns there are below ground. And so this is very much not equivalent to a deep single groundwater well. It's a complex set of conduits that really requires more assessment and characterization to ensure that all of that water is really being captured by this system. The third data gap I want to cover is about how the influx of ambient and likely oxygenated groundwater might affect the mine pool. On the next slide is a conceptual diagram from Amendment 6, and it shows the inflows and outflows from the mine pool into the mine pool. And highlighted on this slide is an estimated 14 gallons per minute that is an inflow from above the pump and above the water level. So this is the dewatered zone, but 14 gallons per minute of water is flowing in from ambient groundwater, most likely. That ambient groundwater, some of it does pass through the Schwartz trend in the area, which is enriched in uranium. This could be contributing more uranium mass to the mine pool over time. This inflowing groundwater also likely contains oxygen, and the oxygen can be working to reverse the reducing conditions that have been induced in the mine. And so, to my understanding, this long-term effect of the influx of surrounding ambient groundwater has not yet been characterized. This is a figure that I think visualizes the concept fairly well. On this figure, the former mine workings are shown by the red boundary, and the topography is shown here, and the blue lines indicate where groundwater may be flowing from the surrounding areas into the mine pool as water is pumped out of the mine pool. On this figure, the Schwartz trend is also shown in yellow. And so this is the more uranium-rich area. So some water might be flowing through that trend into the mine pool and thus contributing more uranium mass to the mine pool. So to sum up these few points, we were all talking earlier and acknowledging just the complexity of this former mine, which is very high. And in our opinion, the amount of characterization of the mine pool is not sufficient for that level of complexity. Next, I want to just touch on a few things about the reclamation cost estimate that were included in Amendment 6. We understand that there isn't a decision being contemplated today with respect to the reclamation costs, but we do want to point out a few things that show an underestimation of cost and that are very important to consider moving forward. On the next slide is a markup of the cost estimate. First item is on the very first line at the top with respect to the water treatment plant operator. This cost estimate pulls an hourly rate of about $24 an hour from the U.S. Department of Labor Service hourly wages, which is appropriate. In 2022, however, that rate is now $29 an hour. And it's also an unburdened hourly rate. So if it was fully burdened, that would be about $40 an hour. In addition, Denver Water let me know that they are paying about $50 an hour. So this first line of the cost estimate may need to double, which would bring it up closer to $1 million line item. The second point is shown on the bottom of this screen. When we looked back at previous cost estimates, we saw some line items that are not included in this version. One example is a line item for costs for putting the RO system on standby every year. And the membranes of an RO system do need to be cleaned and properly stored in a preserving solution, and that has to be checked periodically and refreshed. So it is appropriate to have a cost, a line item for something like RO standby. On the next slide is another item. Currently, the cost estimate only includes in situ treatments for 10 years. We have heard today that those will be continued to maintain reducing conditions. So we believe that for this 20-year cost estimate, the in situ treatment should be costed for 20 years. And then the final item is environmental monitoring. In the cost estimate, 10 years of environmental monitoring is included. However, because the treatment plant will be operated for the full 20 years, then there should be monitoring to ensure that uranium is not increasing in the down gradient Ralston Creek, for example. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Dan.
Yeah, I believe we're up against the end of the balance of our time. So we'll reserve further comments for our closing remarks. Thank you. We're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions?
I'd love to hear the operator when it's time.
Yep, sounds good. And we will be hearing, further response from the city of Arvada. So maybe there's more there. Okay, thank you to Denver Water, the city of Arvada. Do you have a presentation or introduction here? It's going to be 30 minutes of time here.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Morales. I am an attorney for the city of Arvada. Just as a preliminary matter, the city has prepared a PowerPoint presentation on jurisdictional issues 1 through 3 and 5 through 7 as they are stated in DRMS's recommendation. And so the board will hear from Sharon Israel, who is our Director of Utilities for the city of Arvada. Ms. Israel has expertise in water quality and environmental regulations, civil and environmental engineering, and groundwater hydrology. She is a professional engineer with over 20 years of experience with water treatment, design, operations, and policy in Colorado. The board is also going to hear from Evelyn Rhodes. Ms. Rhodes is our water quality administrator for the city of Arvada. She has expertise in water quality sampling and laboratory procedures and methodology, as well as drinking water and wastewater regulations, and has 10 years experience supervising certified water quality laboratories and sampling programs. Additionally, the board is going to hear from John Marriott, who is a council member here for the city of Arvada. If we could please have the board give us a 10-minute warning when we're reaching the end of our 30-minute time period, we would really appreciate that.
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. I'm Sharon Israel. I'm the Director of Utilities for the city of Arvada. I want to start by thanking CLL for their commitment and substantial improvements to the water quality in the Ralston Creek watershed. As you've heard today, there's been a lot of work done, and we do appreciate that. We also appreciate the time that the state division staff has spent with us. The folks that are speaking today were all privileged to participate in the site tour last year. We got to know each other. We appreciate that communication and the ongoing communication. You've seen a number of maps today. I'll show you our next one. This shows where the Schwartzwalder mine location is upstream along Ralston Creek from Arvada's 2 treatment plants. The 2 treatment plants are starred. You can see the mine there on the left. It's about 5 miles of creek bed length to get from the mine down to our treatment plant. So we're very close to the location of the mine. And this is about 75% of our water supply. So I don't really know what happened there. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. Hold on. My apologies. So I'm having a technical issue. Let me stop sharing it and we'll see what happens next. My apologies. I don't know what's happening. Yeah. Just a moment. Is it controlled by that or by that? Yes. Okay.
Presentation. All right, folks, can you see our spec in action?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So again, the point of showing this regional map is just showing how critical this is to Arvada's drinking water supply. Again, this is 75% of our overall water supply for the city of Arvada. We do want to make a comment. We appreciate the adjustment to the conceptual site model language. We did receive an email from Jim Harrington on October 7th, and he agreed on the language. We would like to see a more firm definition of frequency, which did come up in the, I believe, the state division staff presentation earlier today. We would also like to see this language more formally adopted, either into the amendment or to the CSM itself, and not just as part of an email exchange. I'm going to hand this off now to talk about, to ask Evelyn Rose to talk about the physical and chemical stabilization comments we have. But as I do that, I want to remind the board that part of what we heard this morning from state staff were comments like this is a dynamic and complicated site. Mine pool is a contaminated source, and even the division staff this morning, we appreciated hearing from Amy and Michael, but they did say that, you know, even they want to see some more data here in the year ahead on what's happening at the site. Evelyn?
Okay, thank you. Hi, this is Evelyn Rhodes, and I'm going to give an overview of some of the observations that we have regarding the physical and chemical stabilization of the mine. And then just for review again, that here's the diagram of the hydrologic connection of the mine to Ralston Creek for reference, as well as the three groundwater monitoring well locations that are used to prove inward gradient. Okay, so for the physical stabilization, the first point that we'd like to point out is the well depth monitoring noted in AMO6 table E3, and the wells 13 and 15 data for 2019 through 2021 are the basis for proving inward gradient, and they have multiple malfunction dates and therefore is insufficient data. And the MW18, which is the mine, or excuse me, the groundwater well, which is the closest location to Ralston Creek, has negative gradient values as low as negative 0.014. And we just don't feel like this seems like a very strong argument of consistent inward gradient. And then to note too that the MW13 has only 4 data points, MW15 has 6, and MW18 has 7 data points over the 3-year period, which is being used as their basis. And it's an incomplete data set for proof of long-term inward gradient. Okay, so the next point that I'd like to discuss is that the majority of the assumptions are based on incredibly dry years. So I do want to talk about the climate for just a little bit. So this comes from Exhibit 3, and this shows the average annual precipitation in our area is about 15 to 20 inches per year, which actually lines up really well with CLL's analysis, which was about 18.7 inches per year. However, their evaporation rates that they show of 35 to 40 inches per year is honestly kind of illogical and grossly overestimated. That would result in an evaporation of precipitation rate of 2.14, which doesn't exist anywhere on the planet. The driest portions of the US, which can be seen down kind of in the Southern California area, has an evaporation of precipitation ratio of about 0.8. So it's possible that their local climate study was assessed either incorrectly or was performed during an incredibly dry time period, but either way, it dramatically skews the results and therefore provides an extreme underestimation of typical infiltration rates. According to meteorological data, 2018 and 2020 were two of the driest years on record in Colorado, and 2019 was slightly drier than average. Again, that the region does not have a 2.14 evaporation to precipitation ratio as suggested by the AM06. And using these data years to predict water inflows to the mine from either groundwater or even talking about surface overflow is just really not representative or appropriate. So again, utilizing extremely dry data years and overestimated evaporation to precipitation ratios is not appropriate data or assurance that the mine will not overflow into Ralston Creek on a wet year or worse during a flood event. All the hydraulic mechanisms and anticipated gradients are based on abnormally dry years. We'd like to see modeling using higher inflow rates based on more like long-term averages. So we have a little bit of information to show, like from our own experience, that after the 2013 flood, for one, mine staff could not even access the site for 2 years. So there's kind of a data gap of 2 years in which they couldn't even get to the site. And CLL does not seem to have a proven plan to quickly begin pumping, treating, and monitoring if they're unable to access the site for long periods of time. So to further exemplify the effects of the high precipitation events and the increased cost to the city, we have an example of the 2013 floods and the impact on our data. So the uranium levels to the Ralston water treatment plant were significantly higher after the floods and also ultimately resulted in a 535% higher solids disposal costs, plus an increased risk to public health, environment, and treatment compliance. So you can see here in this graph that very high, excuse me, this is exhibit 4 also. Very high uranium levels entered Ralston Creek during the 2013 floods and remained high for about 2 years following. And you may recall 2015 was also a pretty high precipitation year as well. Cotter had no site access during this time, and we can assume there was both excessive surface runoff over the tailings, et cetera, and that the mine itself overflowed into Ralston Creek during this time. And then this next slide shows our water treatment residuals, like our solids with the uranium levels in the solids. And it's a little bit tougher to see than the last one. It was pretty obvious, but these, we kind of store our water treatment residuals. We don't produce a ton. So it's usually maybe a year or two after treatment that we're actually disposing, and testing for. So sometimes the data kind of follows a little bit further after the actual event. So let's see. So, and you can also actually see in the first part of this, the 2010 and 2011, that was some of the earlier times when the mine was also allowed to flood. And then I just wanted to point out some of the increased costs when we have to dispose of our water treatment residuals as hazardous waste at the Clean Harbors facility, as opposed to a standard landfill, which is Republic landfill. So you can see here that the average cost per cubic yard at Clean Harbors hazardous waste is $206 per cubic yard, and at the typical landfill is closer to $39 per cubic yard. So that's a 535% overall increase in charges. Okay, so now I'm going to talk just a little bit about some of the concerns regarding the chemical stabilization, which is the third category. So DRMS themselves admit that there is insufficient data to determine whether returning RO reject to the deep mine workings during plant operations is causing an increase in uranium concentrations in the mine pool and or impacting the effectiveness of in situ treatments. And we also feel that TDS stability alone should not necessarily be used as an indicator of the overall water chemical stability, especially when that constituent does not even seem to show stability itself. So DRMS also notes elevated levels of multiple contaminants of concern, like they mentioned, including molybdenum, thallium, radium, iron, manganese, etc., most of which can also impair the receiving stream and aquatic life and are subject to water quality standards from Clear Creek segment 17B, including drinking water supply. And currently the mine pool uranium levels are upwards of 500 to 1,000 times higher than the drinking water MCL. So the mine pool is only chemically stable as long as the mine water is pumped and treated indefinitely, which is much longer than 20 years. And I'm going to pass it back to Sharon to finish.
Thank you, Evelyn. So we're going in the order of the items addressed in the pre-hearing order. So next is the reclamation plan. So Evelyn touched on this in some of the comments on physical and chemical stabilization, but we want to point out there's been no modeling or forecasting for wetter years. So this 3-year period that was selected to be representative does include dry years, but not any even average or wet years. We'd also like to see more data on the mine hydrogeology and a plan to fill those data gaps. As the Denver Water team presented, I think it warrants additional groundwater hydrogeology and characterization. We're also concerned there's no plan addressed for full inaccessibility to the site or loss of power, and especially in a flood or wildfire event. We do know in the 2013 floods it was not possible to access the site. And we do understand there's some mitigation as part of the environmental plan, but we're concerned about long-term inaccessibility as part of the reclamation plan. Because as we've discussed a number of times today, this site is not stable, and the plan would not protect Arvada's water supply in the event that the pump and treat system stopped working. We also have some concerns about the different comments we heard about the bypass pipeline. DRMS did acknowledge in comments that it can be used to divert flows around the mine if needed. Yet at the same time, the Amendment 6 and also city staff have called for its removal after the alluvial soil is removed. However, we just heard in the state's testimony earlier today that now they're recommending that it be left in place as part of the environmental plan. So we strongly recommend that this bypass pipeline stays in place for as long as needed, so we can be assured that it will be a stable site. This will be an alternative to having water flow through the creek bed in the meantime. Also, you've heard us say this several times, but operation of the water treatment plant is only planned for 20 years. And this will be the city of Arvada's water supply for many, many decades, if not centuries to come. So we're very concerned that the 20-year timeframe is considered long-term in the context of the site. We also have some confusion, especially around the surety, about when the 20-year time clock starts. We asked at the pre-hearing conference, and we understand it's a rolling 20 years, but we would like confirmation of that from the board. The cost estimates, for example, seem to be estimates starting in 2018. So we feel like there's no guarantee to those of us who are downstream users that this pumping and treating and monitoring will continue perpetually into the future and much longer than the current 20-year planning horizon. So specifically around the bond, we do understand that the board won't be making decisions on this today, but we have some recommendations on what Arvada would like to see, and we look forward to continuing communications with CLL and the state staff on this. But we do want to recommend realistic estimates of all the operating costs. This again was mentioned also by the Denver Water team. We would like to suggest inflation of costs over time would be appropriate in terms of calculating the surety. The current means of disposal of RO membranes is that they are left in the mine, and we're concerned that type of disposal is inappropriate going forward. We'd like to see the bond consider a more appropriate disposal of those membranes, and then also contingency plans. So in summary around this, we also would like the board to consider establishing a formal policy
on perpetual operations like the ones proposed here. We have appreciated the conversations with CLL and state staff through this process over the last couple of years. I don't think that there's a clear solution for anyone on what perpetual operations means, but it's certainly critical in terms of protecting Arvada's water supply. And then the final area that Arvada commented is around other agency involvement. The state staff, we appreciate that the state staff earlier today in their testimony described the different ways that there are other agencies involved. Because Arvada anticipates using this water source for many decades to come, we request the board engage further with other regulatory agencies and downstream stakeholders to formulate a site management plan beyond the current 20-year time horizon. We appreciate that the CDPHE and EPA permits are in place. They're very limited in scope in terms of discharge from the treatment plant, the underground injection control. As we talked about earlier, there's some very specific scope that is under the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division at CDPHE. But what we have not seen is what we consider a truly long-term solution beyond 20 years. And since again, Arvada, we intend to be here for much longer than that, we consider that a critical threshold issue and calling the board to help support us in that. With that final technical comment, I'd like to introduce Council Member John Marriott, and he will be making concluding remarks to our presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm John Marriott. I'm an Arvada resident who serves on the Arvada City Council. City of Arvada has a responsibility to provide more than 120,000 residents with safe, clean, and reliable drinking water, but also to be fiscally accountable and responsible when we do that. To do that, it's really important that we protect our drinking water sources. The short and long-term operations of the Swartzwalder mine absolutely affect us. It's right on our main drainage that our water treatment plants sit on. And before the current operations by Colorado Legacy Land Trust, we were suffering from the higher concentrates in our water treatment residuals, leading to dramatically greater costs for our citizens and our cost to deliver water to our customers. Since CLL took over, we've definitely seen dramatic reductions in uranium levels, and we're really glad about that and points to this being a good operation. And we really appreciate these improvements, but the problem is we think that what really demanded here is a long-term solution. We will be responsible for providing water for probably centuries to come at least, and 20 years just isn't enough. So we have a couple, as Evelyn Rose described, we think that the study period for evaluating the current operational success maybe isn't long enough, and certainly has happened during some very dry years. And we'd like to see that considered within these modeling equations. We're also not confident that the long-term responsibility of the perpetual pump and treat operations has been resolved. Without perpetual pumping and treating, it appears that the previous situation would return quickly and again cause extremely higher costs to our citizens and customers. So we really appreciate what CLL has done, the improvements to the site, both to the surface water and to the mine pool, the pumping and mine pool. But we'd like to encourage the board to deny this amendment until the deficiencies in data and methodology are addressed. We also like the idea of keeping the bypass pipeline in place as an option if we were to have floods or fires up in that area, to continue to have protection from the surface. We really want to make sure that the full cost of these operations are considered during the financial part of any of these reviews. And it's also very important that we're not the only ones, that all the stakeholders and regulatory agencies are engaged in this conversation, and that the conversation really considers a time frame that's much longer than 20 years, as we are going to have the responsibility of providing this water for a long time. Thank you.
Thanks. And that aligns with your 10-minute time check too, remaining. So do you have anything else in this presentation?
Thank you. That concludes our presentation. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak directly to the board on this matter today.
I just had a quick point of clarification on 2 of your slides. You were asking that MLRB create a definition of what in perpetuity means, and then also that MLRB engages with the stakeholders and agencies. Do you mean DRMS? Do you want the division to do it, or were you asking the board themselves to engage with those agencies?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. So, so admittedly, my day job is managing water and sewer utilities. So understanding the relationship between the board and staff is something I'm learning. But I think that that we call on the board as a policy making and a body that is empowered to set policy and regulation to consider these asks. And I say that in part because in our conversations, informal conversations with staff, we do understand that there's an existing legal framework that, for example, defines long-term to be 20 years. And so we think that this is something that both the board and the staff would need to be involved in from a policy level. The other word that I'm going to take the risk to bring up today is the word Superfund. That's not a popular word. I believe no one really wants to start to contemplate that. However, what we've raised.
Wasn't the question. The question was, when you say MLRB, are you meaning these people here sitting at this table, you want us to actively engage with stakeholders? Or are you asking division staff to continue engaging with stakeholders and agents?
I think we're calling on the board to engage in stakeholders because we understand through this process that staff has limitations in terms of what they are able to do in order to foster a long-term plan.
Correctly, I'm not sure how we would. I think that would be pretty highly inappropriate because I don't think it would be appropriate considering you're a stakeholder. One of us individually should definitely not be engaging with you or anyone else who is party or operators. Am I off base?
No, I mean, some of it might just be a little bit of confusion with the semantics, but yeah, I mean, just for clarity's sake, the board, excuse me, is obviously the decision-making body and is bound by, statutory provision that prevent them from engaging in ex parte communications with, parties that might appear before the board. So, yeah, I don't think the board would be engaging directly with potential objectors to an amendment, or, sort of other matters that might come before the board for its consideration. But in terms of like directing staff to do so, I think they're already doing that. But yeah, that's certainly something the board can do. So, I mean, I guess it might just be a little bit of a misunderstanding of the request or
Yeah, I think, it would be, and as we do in many cases, suggest that staff continues to engage with stakeholders. We do the same when we ask operators and stakeholders to engage with each other. I think that's pretty standard. Same thing with policy. We certainly review policy, but we are not the creators of policy. I'm just putting that out there on the record so that you have the correct expectation and are not disappointed when you find out that we are not going to engage as the 4 people sitting here and 1 person on Zoom directly with any of these stakeholders, because that's not how this works. Is that okay?
I think that helps clarify it for us as far as what everybody's roles are.
Yeah, we are a citizen board and there's division staff for DRMS.
Can I ask a clarifying question? And again, I admittedly I direct a utility and I'm not in mining business day to day. But as a clarifying question, is the board's role and responsibility to adopt both policy and regulation?
Yeah, I mean, the board has rulemaking authority under the act and can promulgate rules that involve stakeholder input, obviously. I mean, a lot of the prior to the formal presentation of rules to the board, the division does the heavy lifting in terms of interacting with stakeholders. And I think policy, I mean, the board has its own set of policies that directs and sort of delineates what it wants the division to do. But I mean, I think just kind of taking a step back from that, everything that the board does in terms of that is kind of, it's always cabined by what the acts provide for. And so, you know, the board couldn't adopt a rule or a policy that sort of was contrary to, you know, sort of hard lines in the acts, in the jurisdiction the act gives it and the division. So does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think just to add on to that, we just did a really significant hard rock rulemaking process, which started in what year?
2020.
That started in 2020. Obviously, there were unforeseen delays there, but just finished that rulemaking process, I think July of this year with what, May of this year. But the way that that works is there's rules, there's things that maybe come up, certainly in some of the hearings that we'll go through. Sometimes we'll kind of get caught up in things that are really complicated, and those notes are made by the division. And a lot of times they will say, look, it really seems like we always hit this point of confusion. I do think we needed to incorporate this in the next round of hard rock rulemaking. And then when they go through those drafts, there's a bunch of stakeholder input opportunities formally to look at those hard rock rules, to discuss that. And then finally, we went through the deliberations there, met with, you know, multitude of conservation groups and objectors, and a really robust round of hearings in May. And so we just recently did adopt the revised rulemakings. If that gives you kind of any color to the process.
Yes, thank you. And I think what I'm reflecting on in terms of the ongoing conversations, which again, we appreciate with the state staff and CLL, is what we've heard is that this site, the Schwarzwälder mine site, is complicated, it's unique, difficult to characterize, and has perpetual operations, which is not my understanding is not common in terms of how the existing rules are currently designed. So again, I appreciate the patience that the board has for sort of helping us understand roles and responsibilities here. We look forward to continuing conversations about what we can do as a community to make sure that the water supply for Arvada is truly protected in the indefinite future.
Fair enough. And other questions for their presentation? Lauren or Jill or Tim? No. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yep. And as noted, you've got 10 minutes remaining on your time there. So rebuttal from the division, 15 minutes.
Hello, this is Amy Ashberger with the division, and I was just going to clarify something on the podcast pipeline real quick. I know it was a little confusing through the adequacy review process. So the operator is proposing to leave the cutoff wall and the bypass pipeline in place, and to basically, once they finish the alluvial excavation project, and they would raise the head gate and just let the creek flow through as it does during high precipitation events already. But that would be the plan, that that would occur after they finish that project. And then we've also asked for increased monitoring on the creek, because right now they do it quarterly, and of course the stretch of the creek within the mine site is dewatered, and so it's usually dry. There's nothing to sample there, so they usually just get upgrading it and downgrading it. But there would be water at that point, and so we're asking them to increase it to monthly at that point until just so we can monitor if there's any impacts, from the alluvium or any other sources. And then, so there might have been some confusion though, because from the bond perspective, we were asking, we did go ahead and keep costs in there for demolishing those structures, because we're waiting to hear back from the operator needs to demonstrate that leaving those structures is compliant with our Army Corps permit. And the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was involved with that as well for the Prebley's jumping mouse. And so we just want to make sure that it is compliant with their permitting. And once the operator can demonstrate that, then we could potentially remove those costs. But there were demolition costs included for that. And so it may have been a little bit confusing. But I wanted to just note that they were proposing to leave those structures as a contingency measure, just to have it in place if there were impacts, and they could go back to diverting the creek.
I'll just continue on, bear with me as I make my way through my notes here. I wanted to touch on and address some of the comments made by our objecting parties and hopefully provide some additional clarity on these issues. Denver Water made the statement during their presentation that they're unclear on what the approval means and what the next steps are going to be. And again, I want to remind the board what this approval doesn't do is doesn't let CLL off the hook. It doesn't reduce financial warranty, and it doesn't end the division's evaluation of physical and chemical stability out there. What it does is it approves the conceptual model, this demonstration from 2018 to present day, that the operator is able to operate the site and maintain compliance, which has been acknowledged by all parties today. We heard from Dr. Nyman some conversation about the influence of the lower depths of the mine pool and the effects that may have on Ralston Creek. And again, I wanted to remind the board that really the focus of this and the focus since the time of this enforcement action has been on protecting Ralston Creek. We've repeated this regulatory limit of 150 feet below Steve level. That's been the focus, and that's really what the focus of amendment number 6 was. Now, that is not to dismiss that comment and say that the division's not interested in what may be occurring at those lower depths. And I think really that comment and concern ties back to one of our regulations, Rule 3.1.7, Parent 8. This is under our groundwater regulations, and I'll read you that regulation. It is release of reclamation liability. An operator shall demonstrate to the satisfaction of the office that reclamation has been achieved so that existing and reasonably potential future uses of groundwater are protected. That is an exercise we will have to go through before we release the site. But again, that is not the step that we're taking with amendment number 6. We also heard from Denver Water some of their concerns with the cost estimate, at least as provided by CLL. We received some information in their presentation. For instance, with respect to the hourly cost of the water treatment operator. And I just want to point out, we welcome that information. That would be helpful to the division. That was the sort of stuff that wasn't necessarily formally submitted to us for our consideration during this review, through any of the supplemental documents or the original objection letter from Denver Water. With that being said, we would welcome any additional information on that. Obviously, Denver Water has far more expertise in particulars of operating a water treatment plant than the division does. So we would rely on their expertise and input, and would welcome those numbers in the future to help us further refine and develop the financial warranty estimate for the site. Just briefly, I want to touch on site access. We've talked about the 2013 flood. I think I heard a couple comments in the City of Arvada's presentation that the site was inaccessible during that time. That's not entirely accurate. Accessibility was a challenge for sure, but there is accessibility into the site for personnel to be able to get there, turn on this water treatment plant, and start operating it. And again, this was an extraordinary event. It was by estimates, 1,000-year flood event. And I appreciate trying to plan for those events, but I'm just not aware of any regulatory agency that has requirements at that level. But I think CLL made their best effort to try to close those gaps, give us assurance that they can get on site, do a number of different redundancies and be able to operate this per their current operation strategy out there. We also heard comments from the city of Arvada that the operation of the water treatment plant is only planned for 20 years. And again, I just want to touch on that and address, because I know it's a hard concept to think about, because we're kind of trying to square the finite with the infinite here. And in fact, in our pre-hearing conference, division staff was asked a question such as, when does year 21 start? Well, there's no year 21 that I could, point to a calendar and say, this is year 21 or this is year 1. This 20-year term only comes into play if we have to revoke and forfeit the site. So we're not saying that water treatment that we expect to occur out there is only going to continue for 20 years from this point. There's an acknowledgement that right now, pumping and treating is how this site is going to be managed over 20 years and beyond 20 years. But again, our focus is on this 20-year period. And I think it's also important to acknowledge for the board that this 20-year treatment term represents the longest treatment term of any operation in the state of Colorado that has to treat water. And lastly, I just want to say that we've heard a request, that the board deny this application. And I don't believe that a denial of this application advances reclamation at the site, nor do I believe that it would necessarily address all of our objecting parties' concerns. I think it's just a differing perspective of the intent of the conceptual site model and this amendment. But we hear them loud and clear. We're receptive to their concerns, and those are concerns that will continue to be evaluated beyond amendment number 6. And turn it over to Jeff now.
Again, I just looking through my notes, just so I'm not repetitive of some of the points raised by Michael. Again, I invite you all to ask questions of staff. I know we're beyond kind of the time limits of the pre-hearing order, but I also realize that we just took 14 years of a division review process and squeezed it into a 4-hour-long hearing. And so you guys have received a ton of information that we've all had lots of opportunity to digest. So please ask questions of us. I think where I'll start is maybe kind of the elephant in the room issue of long-term bonding, perpetual bonding, and what that means. I guess specific to the Amendment 6 process, that is not a policy issue that Amendment 6 is trying to tackle. As was discussed with Arvada, that is a policy consideration, potentially a legislative discussion that will be had by the division with DNR to determine how we proceed with that. This particular water treatment site is not unique. There are other similarly situated sites throughout Colorado that, if they were to receive an invitation to participate in a stakeholder process to start looking at, long-term solutions for managing perpetual treatment and long-term bonds, we would likely have a pretty robust response to that, because it is one of those things that, and I've looked into this in Western states, is how do other states manage situations like this in terms of management of the site and bonding? I think the thing that everybody is quick to go to is a trust fund, establishing some kind of self-generating fund that can be utilized by the state, most likely in the event that there is a revocation of forfeiture or just for long-term cost management. But as I said, that was not the intent or purpose of Amendment 6. That's a bigger policy issue that the division has started to explore. They've explored in the past, and they will pick that up again because it is important for the state. And those were really that was the main point that I wanted to make. I think, again, it does warrant a bit of repeating Michael's comment that the 20-year term established here is the longest in Colorado. And that was, there was a lot of thought and process involved in establishing that 20-year long-term bond. And so as we've referenced long-term throughout this process, that's what the division means right now. Long-term for this site is 20 years. That is not the same for other sites where we might use that long-term phrase. It does mean different things for different sites. maybe I'll just close our rebuttal and then field questions with, again, there's been sufficient acknowledgement that this is a dynamic and complicated site. I know the board's aware of that as well. And it's because of the mine pool and the conditions of the mine pool. What we also have here is as a compliant and cooperative operator. We have access to very involved stakeholders like Denver Water and Arvada that have been active participants in this. The division has utilized their expertise as we've kind of navigated our way through this site, and we expect that those relationships will continue as we problem solve with this particular site. So with that, we'll take any questions from the board.
Go ahead, Tim.
Thanks. Bear with me here. I hope I've got my thoughts in order. I appreciate that we've kind of characterized this as a unique and dynamic, sophisticated site. I kind of had a question about when does that 20-year clock begin, and you've addressed that, but correct me if I'm wrong, that this process is what I would call adaptive management embedded in the process that we have. We've got moderate monitoring in place that's looking at some level of success over the last couple of years. We're increasing that to monthly monitoring. The groundwater itself, we cannot release from reclamation or the release of reclamation until we've guaranteed the groundwater safety. And so thinking about all of that, is it unreasonable? And I appreciate the comment that because this is what I'm trying to struggle with here, that we need to advance the reclamation plan, and this is sort of that step. And so is it unreasonable to expect that we would see another amendment or amendments down the road?
No, I think, yeah, you accurately described it as adaptive management strategy as we work on the site. And no, I don't think it's unreasonable. And part of what I was going to share with the board during closing statements, just to emphasize, because I know that the board doesn't have a lot of opportunities to hear about the Schwarzwälder mine, but staff is working on this site continuously. We have had 19 technical revisions and 5 amendments on this site since the violation was found in 2010. That's extraordinary, especially considering a site that was no mining was occurring at all. So yes, I think it's reasonable to expect that. Thanks.
Anything, Lauren?
Well, I guess I still have concerns over the chemicals stabilization of the mine pool. I hear how it's being managed. I hear discharge is well managed, and that we're meeting standards. I guess, if we're really evaluating this based on the predictability of the chemistry of the mine pool, that's what I'm struggling with. That specific component of it. I just don't see that. I don't see it predictable. I see that it's well managed. I see that it's actively worked on, and not seeing the stability. But otherwise, I hear what you're saying. We definitely have an engaged operator who's doing everything we're asking, and working well with the division, which is wonderful. Especially for such a tricky site. So that's my hang up. It's not a question, it's just where I'm coming from. I guess I have sort of a procedural question though, is if I'm still uncomfortable with that, but see the opportunities with the other components of these 6 other things that are being considered as part of that amendment application. Approval of the amendment application. Do we move forward with approving the entirety of the application if we still have some remaining concerns?
We're not.
Yeah.
Well, no, we can, I think from what I'm seeing is, I don't see anything in this that indicates that no more data is going to be collected. I don't see how, if you don't approve this, I don't really think that you fix anything about your questions. I think that by allowing this process to move along, you still are completely open to collecting more data. Whether it's a different kind of data that's not being taken care of, whether it's the frequency of the data. I guess as I'm listening along, I don't see how denying something really makes it, makes anything more known. To be very unclear about what I'm trying to say, but you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
And under the adaptive pretense is, here's what we know now. The state has indicated that as additional information comes in, there will be perhaps changes to the model if it's a material change. So it seems to me it's a point in time. I like the communication between all the parties, the stakeholder, the state, both RVAD and Denver Water, that it's very transparent. It's not just when we have a public hearing. So I think there's a lot of checks and balances here, and it needs to move forward because, you know, I think it'll just get more knowledge and better end results. That maybe we can get to that stability over time, because we're only 4 years into kind of a delayed start on the whole thing too.
And I think we have opportunity within closing statements for them to all acknowledge that. Yeah. Go ahead.
And Lauren, I know that you didn't phrase that as a question, but if I can maybe offer some comments to help frame it, and Jill, I think started this framing is, you know, looking at stability in terms of short-term for management purposes versus stability for release from permit purposes. And again, referencing back to the division's rationale, page 9 of the intent and kind of the findings with this. Again, that the finding that the mine pool was stable was, again, with respect to previous conditions and from the perspective of the effectiveness of the water treatment operations. And so there is some qualifying language that this isn't a finding of stability for purposes of release from this permit. It's more along the lines of, at this point in time in this process, it's stable such that the division can conclude it's not going to interfere with the RO treatment that's occurring on site. I don't know if that helps alleviate or resolve anything, but I think that's the difference is kind of the short term versus long term that we've been wrestling with for 14+ months.
Yeah. Thank you.
And along that line, I appreciate that. It seems to me like this still has a long way to travel, and we will have a significant amount of probably 2-3 times the amount of years of data that we will be collecting before we even get to the release from the permit.
I think that's fair. I mean, I think it's an impossible task to assign any kind of timeline or timeframes to this particular operation. But yeah, there's a tremendous amount of data that's going to be gathered at this site. And where that will be procedurally, it's difficult to predict. But as Michael, there will be further revisions and amendments. There will be discussions related to bonding. So I imagine that in this board will likely see some Schwartz issues more frequently than they have in the past.
And if you don't mind, I just wanted to again revisit this perpetual water treatment item. You're all articulate it better than I do, but the intent of it really was looking at new permits or major amendments post 2019. Like, the thing about this mine is this mine already exists. It is not actually an active, it's active in the sense, but it's not a producing mine. So when we were talking about those water treatment plants, I think the intent of that was to say, if you are permitting a new operation, take into consideration if you are going to be able to not have perpetual water treatment plant. The intent was not necessarily in this situation to say, okay, don't continue treating the water in perpetuity, because that's not what we want, right? That was not the intent of the rule. So it's sort of the opposite. So I just want to make sure that those that had that concern, even though the language is out there that the state definitely doesn't want to have perpetual water treatment plant going for new permits, new big amendments, this is not the kind of situation that was driving towards.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the references to House Bill 191113 and language, which of course got adopted through our Hard Rock rulemaking. There's a number of different exemptions, if you will, in there for existing sites that have already created a situation where perpetual water treatment may be required.
And Russ means with the division to further build on Mr. Pugate's comments stuff. Because of 1113, that's part of the conversations we've had about is how do you bond for something that's perpetual?
Right.
And that's why, he's been looking at some of the different things that other states have. That's some of the conversations internally we were having. So it's on points to point to here and say, we understand that may be down this pathway. I'm not saying yes or no, but it is something and stuff that's the framework that we're working on now. And so we come up with something, certainly we'll come back and visit with the board and stuff and have that discussion and stuff on some of that. You will see probably a couple of different issues in front of the board in the next year and stuff and that are very complicated and stuff when it comes to bonding. So we'll have some more conversations on it as we go forward.
Yeah. Okay. I think I cut off the thought process you guys were working on there, but
That's okay. I
sorry.
think Russ covered it. So.
Okay, yeah. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you. We have 20 minutes from the objectors, 5 of which for Denver Water and 15 for City of Arvada.
This is Dan Arnold, attorney for Denver Water. Denver Water does not have any rebuttal at this time, but we reserve our right to present closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Arvada?
We will not be presenting rebuttal remarks, but we'll make sure we reserve for closing.
Okay, fair enough. Moving along then. Rebuttal from the applicant, 15 minutes.
Yeah. This is Polly Jessen from Kaplan Christian Rockwell on behalf of Colorado Legacy, the applicant. And just as a preliminary matter, Jim will be making some rebuttal remarks, but we wanted to note in advance that 2 things. One is that this amendment is about approving an operating plan that we believe the data shows has been effective in maintaining water quality standards and has been effective at maintaining water levels protective of Ralston Creek. And really what you're approving there is the conceptual model, the plan, and the updated costs reflecting, that what appears to be a pretty effective and acknowledged effective model. I think the second point or issue that we want to raise is we are going to be responding to a few pieces of information and arguments that weren't really part of the record until now. In particular, some of the points presented about voids in the mine, lower adits, and generally the vertical complexity of the mine, as well as some of the precipitation and weather-related data. So we, I guess, reserve the opportunity for a more robust response and, object to kind of a little bit of springing some new information and arguments into the mix. But we will do our best to at least contextualize those arguments and their materiality to the points in front of the board. Thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Jim.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to just maybe step through a few things that have been at least partially addressed already by DRMS. First, our ability to operate the treatment system. We have done a lot to make sure that the situation that Cotter went through in 2013 is not at all similar to if the flood of 2013 were to be repeated. We do have confidence that we would be able to operate the treatment system. And maybe let me just give a quick summary of how it's different. At that point, Cotter's treatment facility was in the valley bottom. The collection ponds were sitting right next to the creek. They were primarily collecting from sumps in the bottom of the valley, and their ability to maintain power to those sumps was affected by the flood, and their ability to get access to their treatment facility was certainly affected. The situation now is quite different. We pull from one master sump at the bottom of the valley, and that one is nearly dug out. So one of the things I want to explain is that in the original evaluation of how much alluvial waste was in the valley that Cotter had created through their activities, at the very top end of the estimate, the total amount of alluvium in the valley in the area was around 115,000 cubic yards. We have already dug out well above 80,000 cubic yards and put it underground in the two mines. And the reason I say those numbers is because we have taken out the alluvium down to bedrock in the majority of the valley. And that is why those wells that were discussed earlier have been removed. Many of the sumps have been dug down to bedrock around them and removed all the waste material that Cotter had placed there. So I don't want there to be any misunderstanding about why those alluvial valley wells are going away, is because there isn't alluvium to put them in the majority of the valley, and we're nearly done, but we still have a little bit more digging still to do. But what I want to emphasize, though, from a treatment reliability perspective, is we're not pulling from alluvium anymore, and our treatment system is now high on the hillside, not in the bottom of the valley. We have also further placed a generator set that is there with the appropriate amount of fuel, so we can operate the treatment plant based on the generator, and we can access the treatment facility across open space to kick the pumps on and kick the system into gear, utilizing the Jeffrey Air Shaft, which is 200 feet above the creek. So we are not in danger of having any kind of flood-related damage to our system, similar to what Cotter saw. And the access required is far different because of where the plant is located as well. So that's just a little context, which I hope is helpful on the reliability side. We did do a thorough evaluation with our groundwater hydrogeologist around whether or not the wells that exist were appropriate for the site. And we did evaluate the tracer test information to confirm that, in fact, the mine pool is having an inward gradient, and that is information that is on the record. I will just show a quick figure here to illustrate this, which you have seen already. Let me just see if I can get my screen to show. And what's critical to know about that is that demonstrating an inward gradient is far better than putting in a monitoring location in a particular location in a bedrock system. That the mine itself acting as an inward source of groundwater, collecting that groundwater at the site, is acting as an inward gradient, tells us that if the mine heads are lower than the groundwater head in the surrounding wells, that the orientation of the mine is lower than all those other surrounding areas. This tracer test information which is in the record is showing that the tracer concentrations that were put in the mine stayed the same across the 2 years of data that we collected, that the amount of tracer in the mine was conservative, it was not changing. And what we also were able to demonstrate with this tracer information is this amount of groundwater coming in from deep in the mine workings. And this 30 GPM of groundwater coming in deep in the mine is such that if you have water coming in the deep part of the mine, it cannot be leaving in the deep part of the mine at the same time. And that's because the mine is operating as a constant head source with it, no matter where you are in the mine workings are acting as an open void for all intents and purposes. And we see that with the pumping information. As we pump the mine down, we don't see a lag that would be indicating that there's secondary void spaces around the mine or imperfect level of communication within the mine. And so even though that argument had not been previously made, we do believe that the data like this show that the mine is acting as a single unit and not as multiple systems independent of each other. And the reason I say that is because there's been a number of issues raised to try to increase the apparent complexity of the system. And I believe that was inappropriate to present the mine in that way. There is a vertical shaft that still is there. It's shaft 2 that connects all the workings from the upper levels down to level 19. There is a second shaft in shaft 1, which goes from the upper levels down to the 11 level. And those shafts act as a continuous level way to make the mine workings act as a single unit. Another thing I wanted to address, even though there was not previous testimony about this, was the ROs on standby. We have now put the ROs on standby a number of times and brought them back into operation. It is true that there is about a day when we shut down the mine where we take the ROs apart, we put the membranes in the proper storage, and it takes about a day to take them out of storage and put the ROs back into their working order. That's why we've been able to start up the system as few as 4 days. That one component is a very, very minor component. It does not justify a separate line item. And I guess the other couple of things I would bring up here is I'm glad we got the clarification on the bypass pipeline. We do see it as an appropriate system to keep in place. We are not intending to remove it. And we are trying to work with the Corps of Engineers and other stakeholders to make sure it stays in place so that if there were issues in the future, we could bypass the site as it has currently been done. One other thing I wanted to just reiterate, because Dr. Nyman raised the issue about the EHPH in the mine. We have presented this data across multiple quarterly reports, but I'm going to show a graph here, which is the graph of the EH of the system that shows, was actually ORP of the system, which is a measure of EH, during the time that we have owned the site. And what you can see is historically, there was a very high level of ORP, which corresponds to high levels of oxygen in the mine. And since we've taken over the site, the in situ treatment has kept this mine in that -50 to -200 range. And that is appropriate to say we are operating the site and we have kept the site in this anaerobic condition. And I wanted to just provide additional assurance because it was raised as a area of concern, that is not an appropriate level of concern or an area of concern. I also wanted to maybe add a couple other comments regarding chemical stabilization and the stability of the site from a chemical stability perspective. From the ability to operate an RO plant, the most important component to evaluate is the total dissolved solids in the water. Our ability to take 3,000 milligram per liter water into the system, and I'm just going to go back up to this table here. Our ability to take water through the system has not changed from the time that we've entered the site or from the time that the mine first refilled. The reason why we keep the site anaerobic is because it helps keep the total dissolved solids in a stable configuration. Now, it is true that there may be a short-term recent increase in uranium concentrations, and I do object to the way Denver Water cherry-picked the data to only reflect since 2013 and start from the very lowest time immediately following an in situ treatment. The right way to look at this is when the mine was full and was discharging to the creek in 2007 when it was first understood that the uranium concentrations were in that 40 milligram per liter range. We are now in the range for the time we have owned it on average around 12 milligrams per liter with as high as 20 milligrams per liter in that range. That is not a challenge to the RO system to take out the uranium in the water And like I say, the modeling indicate that we can go up to 60 or 70 milligram per liter and still have the RO systems themselves continue to make that discharge criteria be achieved. So the appropriate way to look at this is, can the system handle the water that's in the mine, and are we allowing the bulk chemistry of the mine to change? And I would say the answer is clearly no. We are maintaining the mine in such a way that the mine is stable from the perspective of an active water treatment system. I know we've talked a little bit about what is the very long-term vision for the site, and I want to mention just two things so you can understand that this is not purely a reclamation site. It does have value in it, and the uranium in the water is a value. Whether or not that could ever be used for helping to pay for the cost of the long-term treatment. And the other thing is true, that because of that deep water we're bringing in the site, that there is value associated with the water we're producing from the mine. And I say that only just to say that there's value here as well as liability. And I just want that to be understood as something that we are continuing to look at as an opportunity. And I just want people to understand that we see this as a long-term obligation. And we want to work with all the parties to be creative about how to find the right way to fund the long-term operation at the site. Recognizing that an interim bond at 20 years is not a long-term solution, but it's an appropriate solution for the time being. And that's the system that we signed up for when we took on the succession of operators. I think that's all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Everyone comfortable moving forward to closing statements from the division? 5 minutes.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Michael Cunningham, for the division. I just want to thank the board and everybody participating in today's hearing for their time and attention. I know it was a long one. We covered a lot of ground, but I think we had some productive discussions here today. And I think through those discussions, it's clear that we're looking at these concerns from different but equally valid perspectives. And while we don't necessarily agree with all of the objecting parties' positions, we're not adverse to their concerns. And we want to give the board the assurance that we're going to continue to evaluate those concerns and all other aspects of this mine. As I mentioned during rebuttal, since 2010, we've done 19 technical revisions and 5 amendments on a site where no mining is occurring. And that is reflective of the adaptive management strategy for this site, and that will continue. Just to throw out another statistic, since 2010, we've inspected the site 46 times and 24 times since that permit was transferred. So this is something that is always on the division's radar. We're constantly evaluating, keeping tabs on this, working through different revisions, and we remain committed to doing that even beyond amendment number 6. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Any closing statement from Denver Water?
Yes, this is Dan Arnold, attorney for Denver Water. I'm going to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Just a couple of quick remarks. Today we've heard a lot of comparisons to Cotter, and we agree that CLL is a much better operator than Cotter, and we do recognize that. At the same time, we want to be careful to not set a standard that the Cotter standard, and keep our focus on a standard that is based on what is scientifically the best management practice for the mine pool and treatment approach. Hearing the additional comments today, I actually believe we are much closer in alignment on the issues before the board today. Denver Water is not requesting that the board deny or reject the permit amendment. However, we do request that the board either strike the conclusion that the mine pool is chemically stable from the approval, or not make the finding. And Mr. Fugate's comments about the distinction between or kind of the more short-term management as compared to the long-term stability of the mine pool, I think is very helpful. And we may be seeing eye to eye on that. We also request that the board make a finding that the plan to achieve chemical stability contains data gaps and require CLL to continue to evaluate and fill the data gaps annually after the approval. And I also believe that, at least my understanding, we're very close, if not there, on that point. In addition, in the 2018 transfer approval letter, there was a requirement that CLL transmit its data as it comes in and becomes available to the objectors, Denver Water and Arvada. And in Denver Water, its understanding is that that will continue, but we want to, we'd like to see that continue. It's critical to our ability to plan and maintain for our operational management decisions within our watershed. In addition, we'd like to see an increase in the number of mine pool samples taken to at least a 6-month monthly samples per year taken when pumping. We've, I think, heard that from DRMS maybe that those samples might be taken on a monthly basis. My understanding is those samples can only be taken when pumping is occurring, but it sounds like there's agreement on that issue as well. And then finally, Denver Water would request that the board direct DRMS to evaluate whether the financial warranty needs to be further increased per Denver Water's comments today. So finally, I want to thank the board and for the opportunity to present our issues and testimony today. And we thank you for your time.
Thank you. In City of Arvada.
Thank you. If I could just have a quick moment to share our screen.
The conclusion was the last one.
No, there's more. I think for the city of Arvada, we want to start by thanking the division, the board, CLL, for allowing us this time to present some of our concerns. We also, as everyone has acknowledged, we realize that CLL has done a much better job than Cotter did when they were managing the mine up there. And so we are thankful for the work that they have done so far and appreciate the open lines of communications that we have had with CLL, with the division, and now with the board and with our workings with Denver Water. That said, we do respectfully disagree with some of the points of data that are being relied on and some of the arguments that have been made. And so based off of that, we are asking that the board deny the permit at this time and require CLL to address some of the deficiencies in data collection and methodology. We do not believe that the data that is being relied on for physical and chemical stabilization and the reclamation plant are adequate. And so we don't believe that they meet the requirements of the February 20th, 2018 conditions. The 3 consecutive years that are relied on, as has been stated, are incredibly dry years. And so we don't believe that they provide an accurate understanding of what some of the effects of different weather patterns will have on the mine. At a minimum, we're asking that the board not make a conclusion that there is physical and chemical stabilization. As was addressed throughout several of the presentations, this is a site that is very dynamic. The words, I was trying to find exactly how they were described. It was essentially described as fluctuating, not stable, and so we don't believe that the data that's been showed is sufficient for the board to make a finding that it is stable at this time. While the conceptual site models that have been discussed are not typically regulatory requirements, that has been made clear. We do believe that it's an important consideration, especially considering that it was part of the 2018 approval, making it a requirement. And so given some of these issues in the data, what we're asking is that at this point in time, the board not approve the amendment as it is. We also understand, as Ms. Eschberger explained, that there is some work that needs to be done with the Army Corps of Engineers that relates to keeping the bypass pipeline in place. Part of our concern with that is that we are not sure if this will require further modifications to the permit amendment request by Colorado Land Legacy, as their page 12 indicates a plan for removal of that pipeline once the alluvial valley excavation is complete. And our understanding is that could be as soon as 2023. And so given the dynamic and evolving nature of this site, we're asking that at this point in time, the board deny the modifications in the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Closing statement from the applicant.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to also thank the parties for their remarks, the board for your attention and your questions. I just do want to close on just a reiteration of our position that we have maintained the site in compliance with our permits. We have taken all the necessary actions to ensure that our discharge permit has been complied with, that the mine pool has been maintained below the 150 foot below the regulatory level. And at the same time, we have continued to advance all the reclamation activities at the site to the place where we are seeing improvements in the Ralston Creek concentrations for the constituents of concern, above and beyond what we're seeing strictly from the discharge treatment plant performance. I do believe we have complied with the succession of operator letter requirements. We have produced a conceptual site model that has been updated at the appropriate times in cooperation with DRMS, Denver Water, and Arvada. And we have produced an operating plan that we have lived by that has maintained a physical and chemical stability within the mine pool. We also have produced the reclamation plan and environmental protection plan updates as required. And we believe that they are the right plans, and therefore we do ask that you approve this permit. I do want to make a few assurances. Everything we've done up to this point to cooperate with Denver Water and with Arvada will continue. We don't intend to change behavior. It's more because of who we are and how we want to operate that we will share data as they come available. We don't need to be ordered to do so. And we will continue to work together to produce a good plan for this site that's fully implemented. I do know that there was a question about whether or not there would be further amendments. I will tell you that from our perspective, we plan to produce further amendments that will document the final operation of the site post reclamation. So when the reclamation plan is completely put in place and demonstrated to be complete, that we do expect to have further amendments come before this board for approval, and this all this information will be further updated at that point as well. So thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Okay, did we have any questions or anything for applicants, division before we close testimony? Yes, Jill.
I have a question. Mr. Harrington, you mentioned in your rebuttal that you would be responding to the objector's comments about voids, audits, precipitation, factors using. What is the timing? And I guess this is a question for both the state and the applicant, is what does that look like? And how does this affect where we're going today?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Regarding the mine voids, what I want to be clear on in the RO concentrate as we return it to the mine, there is a amount of solids in the water. It's approximately twice as concentrated as the water coming in, a little bit more than that, that's being returned to the mine, and we're forming precipitates that are should be thought of as a few grains of sand, per glass of water. The amount of mine voids that we have here is I would say nearly infinite compared to that. You need to remember that the solids that are coming off the wall rocks of the mine are themselves, slowly decreasing as well to leach into the water, and we're essentially returning that into the same void. So it's not like we're creating new solids, it's just keeping them in the same place that they came from. If required or requested by DRMS in a further process, we can document that in a different way. It just came up in the hearing today, and we're happy to respond to that further. Jill, I'm sorry, I didn't get to take notes on what were the other questions you had. Do you mind repeating, please?
I think it was just coming back. I just want to know procedurally if that's something that needs to happen. How does that get incorporated? Is it?
I think it's something that continues on and stuff with our, in the next steps and stuff beyond this conceptual.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess maybe I just would add that we do intend to continue to update the site conceptual model. These are appropriate questions, I would say, for that. And so I would certainly commit to including those in a further update or a subsequent update because they're questions that have been raised and there are answers. I think we have answered the majority of what has been raised, certainly by addressing the vertical shafts and the mixing of the mine at acting as a single unit. I believe did address that question that was raised, but certainly if that's an appropriate way to do it through a site conceptual model update, we'd be very comfortable doing that.
Thank you. That works.
Any other questions for anyone? Mr. Singletary, any questions for you? Oh, you're on mute. Maybe Cammie can help you out here.
I'll help you out. Hold on.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just wanted to make sure you felt like you were still in the room. Oh, Cammie's still trying to get you unmuted.
Mr. Singletary, Fox Street. There
you go.
Yeah, no, I don't have any questions right now. I just want to make some comments when this is over. I feel really good about what our staff has done, and I feel really good about the place we're in. And as the longest member standing on this board, and probably have given the staff more heartburn than anybody, I've always been proud of what they take care of the state of Colorado for us, and I'm proud of that. And I see they're doing it here, and I really am. I'm really feel good about the relationship we have with the parties involved. So I'd like to make a comment, but I do feel really good about where we are, and I thank the staff for that.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think, I don't know if it matters whether I say this before or after testimony is closed, but I very much appreciate the professionalism and dedication and respect by everyone involved in this. You'd be surprised at what kind of meetings we've been witness to as of late. And I just very, very much appreciate that we can have an applicant here, that we can have, parties like Denver Water and City of Arvada, which are certainly not just the, 4 or 6 of you sitting in the room. You represent a really huge swath of Colorado and, should be in these conversations. And I just think that the back and forth and the sharing of everything has been incredibly helpful and professional and respectful, and we sitting here appreciate that, so. Just getting that up. All right, with that, I guess we can close testimony and have some board deliberation on the matter before us. Or add any deliberation you haven't already said in your comments and questions.
I feel like I have talked quite a bit today, so. I don't wanna dominate the conversation.
No, you're fine. You can
Oh,
kick it off if you've got anything to say.
I think what's been important for me is the distinction between forever management of this site and right now management of this site. And I see that this amendment is really sort of formalizing some of the management that's occurred to date. And formalizing that will continue with the ongoing conversations around additional data, additional monitoring, and certainly kind of addressing even like you just mentioned, the void spaces and things like that. So that these technical issues will continue to come up and will continue to get addressed. I think when I look to stability, I'm looking for like perfect forever. And that's not what we're talking. We're talking about a manageable condition that the treatment plant can handle so that discharge into the creek is below standard. And that's obviously occurring, you know, the data and the surface water is showing that. So I'm comfortable after grilling everyone, apologies, with the approval then.
Yeah, I think that's a good recap of it. I think it's sort of formalizing today, formalizing what does current conditions look like right now, understanding that current conditions right now still maybe have some data gaps or time, but I don't see anything here, again, like we discussed earlier, that precludes the operator from not gathering further data, right? None of this feels like a shut the book. It feels much more continuing to say, this is where we are, we're here now, and this is how we're going to continue.
And I think even the bond calculation is a good example of that.
Yeah.
You know, even the operator saying like, and the division saying, you know, thank you for that information, Denver Water, was keep talking about labor rates. And certainly inflation, we all know everything's gotten more expensive over the last 2 years. And, you know, that kind of ongoing data assimilation, I think is what a really challenging site like this needs. And it sounds like that's what's occurring and will continue to. So that's where I'm at.
Mark, any comments?
No, I actually don't have anything to add. I think Ms. Duncan summarized that exceptionally well and kind of along my thinking. I do want to just echo your thoughts, Madam Chair, in regards to this hearing. I do appreciate very much Denver Water and the city of Arvada and their interest in this matter. Providing clean, safe drinking water is perhaps the most important thing that we do for our communities here in Colorado. And then, Mr. Harrington, appreciate you being a partner in that, and would encourage you to continue to remain in close contact and working relationship. But I will be supporting this amendment.
Any other discussion there, Mr. Singletary?
No, I just reiterate that, like I said, I've been here in Colorado means a lot to me, and I watch the commitment this staff has on protecting us. And I know they're always open to better suggestions and better ideas, and it's nice to have, people looking for a permit that want to make it better. And to me, they've dignified themselves in doing that. And I feel very comfortable in going that direction. And I've working on the Lower Arkansas Valley Water Conservancy District and Parks and Wildlife, and worked with Denver Water, and I haven't worked with Arvada, but Denver Water gets a little pushy sometimes. And I appreciate that their endeavor, but here we have an opportunity to work things out. And DRMS does a heck of a job. I'm telling you, I'm proud to be there. And like I said, I've fought them and I know they get mad at me and we, you know, we have differences of opinion, but this is a good one. This is a good one and I appreciate it dearly.
Thank you. Okay, with that, would anyone like to entertain a motion? Okay.
So I motion that we approve the 112D2 permit application for the mine permit number M1977-300 submitted by Colorado Land Legacy Operator as the operator.
Second that. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Okay, hearing none, the motion carries, passes, and we again are incredibly grateful and appreciate. I don't know, I guess it is a concise discussion considering this is many years of data and everything pulled together. So even though it took the chunk of the hearing time, I do think it was still a concise and really well done presentation by all involved. So thank you. Okay. With that, we don't have those other elements here. We do have, this is an opportunity if there's anyone available for public comment.
I see Sally B, but I do not see Mr. Brown.
Okay.
I just emailed him to give him a heads up, so I don't know. if
We can
maybe
give
we
them a teeny bit of time.
minute. Yeah.
Are you coming online for public comment? Sally, you are muted. Oh, let Cammy unmute you. There you go.
Sally, you can speak now. You're unmuted.
I can speak now.
Yes.
Madam Chair and board members, thank you for listening to my comments. My name is Sally Guanella Buckland from Empire, Colorado. Reference City of Golden, Empire Pit, permit number M-1977-534. The last 20 years have been very stressful for my Guanella family since the City of Golden took over 100 acres of our Centennial Ranch west of Empire for their reservoir. Golden's Reservoir was completed and dedicated in 2005. We were supposed to get our property, 24 acres of land east of the reservoir, back in 2013. Golden used our property for settling ponds and temporarily storing and processing 325,000 cubic yards of material they removed from the reservoir site to increase water storage capacity. Our land was to be reclaimed and returned to us by 2013. Now, many years later, we want our land returned to my Guanella family, unencumbered, so we can use it once again. Dr. Larry Brown has assisted us with the process of getting the permit released and is here to comment, answer questions of the board, and complete our public comments. Thank you, board members, for listening, and we await your decision.
We're waiting for Mr. Brown still then? Sally, were we waiting for?
Yes, I think so. He should be momentarily.
Is he on Zoom?
I'm not sure. I thought he was on Zoom, but maybe he stepped away.
I think he signed off for a little bit.
I think he did sign off for a little bit.
His comments.
These were the comments that he was going to do, and I'll just go ahead and read them.
Okay.
The reason we are here today is that the Guanellos want the mining permit released. They are uncomfortable using the 24-acre site now that they might be accused of damaging the existing vegetation. I measured the vegetated cover and diversity of the site at the peak of the 2022 growing season. The cover was 23%. Cover on such a site should be about 3 times that, or 70 or 75%. With regard to the diversity, there is essentially none. The site is a monoculture of one species that should not have been used in the first place. The species is crested wheatgrass. A site like this should host 30 to 35 different species after all this time. And maybe he will come back on in a minute. Why don't you go ahead and sign me off, and then I'll see if I can get a hold of him.
Okay.
Or really, I think we can be done. I appreciate listening to my comments, and this is a situation dear to my heart, and it's strenuous on our family. So thank you.
Thank you. Just one comment that I will make. We certainly appreciate you sticking around for the public comment portion of this hearing. I think typically what we can do at this stage of it is certainly hear your public comment. But I would say probably if you are able to, I would really recommend reaching out to the division directly on this matter, because that's how procedurally we would be able to, kind of start that process. I have to imagine this is the city of Golden and sounds like it's been going on for a long time. So should be a pretty direct line to be able to work with the division there. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I am. And that is something that we have been doing since 2013, reaching out, but with Golden, we haven't seemed to be able to come to an agreement. So we just want this to end and get our land back.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that the city of Golden is on right now.
Oh, and we also believe the city of Golden may be on. If you are, could you please identify yourselves?
Yes, this is Ann Byerly. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Golden.
Hi. Did you have a public comment?
I'm happy to respond. The City of Golden absolutely shares the Guanella and Buckland family's desire to return the property to the family. We have been working to meet the obligations of the reclamation permit, including the completion of additional work that we did in 2002, work that was required because we had some poor success in some reclamation, and work that was reviewed by DRMS staff through a technical revision. The permit requirements are often in this permit it's kind of an original permit. The mining activity on the site dates back to the early 70s. The permit requirements are often general at this site rather than specific. And so we have made a habit of meeting with the property owners, particularly prior to major efforts on the site. And we've adjusted our plans per their desires when we could. And we really do desire to release this property soon. But because of the work we did this year, we're not in a position currently to request permit release at this time. We are really hopeful that as we see what happens next year at the beginning of the growing season, that we'll be in a position to request that release.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you as well for sticking through our long day. Okay, well, good. Any other public comment?
I do not see Mr. Brown.
Not that you're aware of? Okay. That we can close public comment. Did we have anything we needed to bring up in executive session?
No.
Mr. Mock?
If I may, Madam Chair, I just want to express that I'm exceptionally upset that Mr. Stark is not here, but I want to go on the record and just on behalf of DNR, the Executive Director's Office, and also the board here, just recognize his 30 years of service. He's been outstanding. I've really appreciated working with Mr. Stark, and I think he's the best dressed individual in the entire Department of Natural Resources, and he will be missed, and so I just wish him well and into the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. What's he gonna wear to his party? All right. Before we get into those details, I think we can say that we, this meeting is adjourned. And thank you to everyone for being here and taking the time, and a really robust process here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last thing.
Oh, last round is chair this time.
Yeah.
You guys always seem to sneak that in on me again, and it's never real interesting.
Michael and Jeff, I mean, what you did, I just really appreciate that. That was the easiest, most complicated